Um, Last 12 months have certainly been challenging and difficult in a lot of ways. Um, Central Cambria family, we suffered a tremendous loss with the death of board member Chuck Morcinko. Many of our students and staff lost family members. Opportunities were lost, events got canceled. But as a glass half full kind of person, I want to talk about some of the positive lessons that we've learned through the pandemic. Being an educator, it's always required flexibility. Sometimes technology doesn't work as planned, and many times the lesson that you spend hours crafting takes an unexpected turn based on a brilliant point made by a student. This last year, however, flexibility became a way of life for educators. I consider myself incredibly lucky because I get to work with the best administrative team around, and I say that sincerely with a lot of experience working with multiple other administrative teams and being familiar with them. We were able to plan the alternative, the next best to in-person instruction relatively quickly. Our teachers did an outstanding job adapting to delivering remote instruction. And I hope that everyone is able to appreciate the difficulty of teaching students who are physically in front of them while they are teaching students participating remotely. It's almost miraculous what teachers are able to do. And we definitely appreciate everything that they do for our students. I'm not saying that everything was done perfectly by any means. When you travel through uncharted waters, you may run into the occasional iceberg. But our motto through it all has been that doing what's best for students is always going to be prioritized over doing what's convenient for adults. And I promise you that mission is always going to stay the same. I want to end with an update on the potential improvements for 21-22. As you know, our school board has approved plenty of improvements over the past few years, all while reducing taxes, I might add. Students got new desks, and all classroom carpeting was replaced with more sanitary vinyl tile. The massive HVAC project that we accomplished not only greatly reduced our energy costs, but we were also able to add air conditioning to every classroom in the district. Dr. Murin is going to talk about some potential summer learning opportunities for students. Without air conditioning, those courses would have been much less appealing for students. You probably noticed that our maintenance department now has their own workspace for storage of equipment. The plan is to utilize some of the space that our maintenance department formerly occupied by turning that into a new technology education classroom for our high school. This new program is going to benefit students who want to learn some engineering, robotic, and design skills, but may not want to spend half of their day at Admiral Perry Tech. Also, the board is considering a project to renovate the restrooms in our high school. You'll probably notice if you've attended a sporting event in the gym or a performance in the auditorium that the bathrooms are due for a refresh. The board is also considering the installation of a digital sign at the entrance along Route 422, which would highlight our student achievements. We will also be updating our technology hardware over the summer. Teachers, staff, and students will all be receiving new computer devices in the fall. We want to make sure that everyone has the best tools to do their jobs, and our students' job is to learn. They will be learning with plenty of new instructional materials and resources as well. I hope that everyone enjoys tonight's sessions. I always enjoy hearing from parents with feedback, so please call or email anytime. Now I'm going to leave you with our wonderful assistant superintendent, Dr. Tricia Murin. Dr. Murin probably never expected to get a new title, which she got last year, and that was pandemic coordinator, and she has done that exceptionally well, as we would expect. So without any further ado, Dr. Tricia Murin.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Want to give a shout out to Dr. Moore. He just recently defended, and he is now Dr. Jason Moore. So congratulations for that. That's a huge accomplishment. We talk about our admin team and how great they are. And really, I know we're so blessed, like Dr. Moore said, to have the best admin, teachers, families, community. It's a great time to be a Red Devil. And I take that from Mr. Santini if he's on here. But it's true. It's very exciting. We're always working to better Central Cambria School District for everybody, especially the students. So it's exciting to come together, and sometimes we agree to disagree, but it's always for what's best for students, like Dr. Moore said. Some of the exciting things going on this summer is our Summer Academy. I know Mr. DeMonkis did a great job with a letter. That information's not out to families yet, but this Summer Academy is going to be for students incoming kindergarten through 11th grade. And it's an academy for students to catch up, but also learn and continue their education and the fun of learning. So we have surveys out to teachers. Our elementary survey was overwhelming with how many people want to come in and help. Secondary, not so overwhelming, but hopefully we will get some teachers to come in and assist with that. If not, we were going to ask some substitutes or also some college students that are in education to come and help with the secondary. And again, just to continue that love for learning, you know, whether it's a book club. I know Mrs. Niebauer's on here, and she wants to talk a little bit about a possible idea for, is it the robotics, Mrs. Niebauer? Sorry.
Yes, sorry. It's called Books and Bots, and we're trying to do something interdisciplinary with literacy and robotics.
Right. Thank you. We're working out the logistics, but I know, Mr. DeMonkis, that survey should be going out pretty soon, correct, to the families?
Yes. Yes, that is the plan, to have the survey out by the end of this week. Once we have that information back, we will then, with all the student enrollments, once those enrollments, we will give them to the teachers that have going to be participating in the Summer Academy. Then they will be setting the schedule for your students. We're looking at a potential Monday to Thursday option for students to come in during the summer that will be set up by the teachers. So more information is to follow in a flyer that will be sent out, as well as the survey that will be in there.
Thank you, Mr. DeMonkis. Another reminder is our kindergarten registration. I know I haven't looked at the numbers recently, but they're not as high as we would like them. So if you know of anybody who has an incoming kindergarten child, please make sure that you call or log into the Skyward. That is our student information system. So please spread the word. They can contact Tracy Heaney at the admin office for more information, or if they need directions on how to do that, she'll be more than happy to help them. So again, this is for Jackson and Cambria. Hopefully we get a lot coming. Mr. DeMonkis or Mrs. Mazoris, do we know the numbers yet?
We're, I think, at like 35.
Okay.
And we're probably about at half of that. So roughly around that 18 range right now for Jackson. And usually that's about normal. Again, looking for just a little bit higher enrollments for us. So if you do know anybody, we'll be more than happy to, if you have any questions, reach out to myself or Mrs. Mazoris. That we can for sure get you in the right direction, get you signed up.
Absolutely. That information was also in the local papers, but again, we're just trying to get the word out as much as we can with as many different avenues that we can as well. I know there was also a question about PSSAs and Keystones. Mr. Moore mentioned that it has been a crazy day, or a crazy day. That would be awesome. A crazy year. So we did not administer the PSSAs or Keystones last year for obvious reasons, but this year we are going to. So we have the dates for the elementary. The PSSA dates are for ELA, which is English language, May 11th, 12th, and 13th. For the math, May 18th and 19th. For science, May 20th and 21st. For the Keystone dates, we have Keystone Literature, May 18th and 19th. Algebra, May 20th and 21st, and biology, May 24th and 25th. So we just wanted to make sure that, we got that information out. That information was also sent out, I believe, to all the families. So you are aware, and you have time to prepare as well, and especially for the students to prepare. Information for parents and guardians. We do have a letter that needs to be sent out. And I just want to reiterate just a couple things. I know some questions come up of, who decided what assessments or what assessments should measure and who made those decisions. And really it's groups of educators from all levels of education in Pennsylvania that choose areas of knowledge and skills upon which the assessments are based. Also, another question comes up is, what do we do with the data? And school level reports will be used for curricular and planning purposes, school districts and charter schools may publish the results of PSSA tests for each school, and the state will release school-by-school assessment data. Now we have, or the public schools and charter schools in Pennsylvania have until September 2021 to administer those. So who knows when we're going to get those results? I'm thinking probably November, December at the earliest, but we have not heard when we're going to get those reports as of yet. And what does the assessment include? And again, I just it's each student completes 3 sections of questions for ELA, and some portions of the same for all, some portions will be the same for all students, and some will consist of different groups of questions. Sometimes there's pilot questions on those assessments as well. So I just really read off information for parents, but those are just some areas and some hopefully answers to some questions that we usually get about the PSSA and the Keystone exams. Another point that I want to make with the PSSAs and Keystones are the electronic device policies. Central Cambria School District does have an electronic device policy, and then the students sign off. And of course, if they use it inappropriately, they use privilege for that device. But one of the things, of course, with the PSSA and Keystones is they are going to be collected. They can absolutely not use those during the test, and there is a fine included in that if they are caught with a device. Sometimes I know students usually have one phone, but we hear the stories that sometimes they have 2 and they take one in. And so we just want to make sure that we kind of had all that, kind of address that as soon as possible so there are no issues. So I just wanted to just go over that electronic device, just kind of policy. The policy is on our website. If you would like to kind of read it, please do. Again, it's Central Cambria. It's under policies. That's where all our school policies are listed. And that's all I have. I know I talk quickly, so if anybody has any questions with things that Dr. Moore or I have addressed, or if you have any other questions at this time, you can ask them. I know this is a little bit of a different venue. We've been doing the parent involvement night for some years, except for last year. And it's nice to see faces. It's nice to come together and, talk one-on-one if needed. And so this is a little bit of a different arena. But if questions do come up and you don't feel like asking them in this Google Meet, please follow up with any one of the administrators or any one of us here at the admin anytime. We also have about a 15-minute break in between sessions. Usually that's to go from one room to another room at the high school, but we're not doing that. But it's just room to maybe, kind of depress a little bit, compress and just get a drink, or if you need to run to the restroom, you can come back. So we're still going to leave that wait time in there just to get everybody settled. And I know some people might be coming in later as well. So we're probably going to start our very first session if there aren't any questions. I hope you have a great night, and everybody planned a really, really great sessions for all of you. So again, hopefully it'll be insightful and you'll learn a lot, and please make sure that you contribute. Again, I know this setup isn't all perfect for everybody, but these sessions are very informal and we need your input. We want to hear, what you have to say, and, maybe you're speaking for your children. That's perfect. But this is just a really informal discussion and conversation. So I hope you enjoy the rest of your night. It's called ESSERS. We have ESSERS 1, which Mr. DeMonkis played a very big part in that as well. And we were able to get technology, especially for this past 2021 school year, trying to get updated devices in the students' hands. I know Mr. DeMonkis was just talking to Mrs. Gokenauer about iPads. That's an iPad initiative that Mr. DeMonkis can talk about a little bit later. Then we found out we had ESSER 2 money, which was great. So that money, we are going to be doing, again, the project that Dr. Moore talked about getting air conditioning, which is great because that gives us a nice, comfortable place for our summer academy for kids to come. They won't be hot. It'll be nice and comfortable for them. Also air ventilation and all of that too, to help kids stay healthy, and teachers and staff. Then we just found out that we received ESSERS 3, which is absolutely fantastic. So again, with this data that we are sharing with all of you, I want to talk about, just some thoughts on that ESSERS money, on how the students, success can keep growing and improving every day. So we're really excited. Just more to sustain. So improve and then sustainability. Those are what we're looking for. And again, always students first. What's best out there. It's hard to plan for the future, but if we have things in place that, things will come up in the future, and hopefully we will be ready for those things to happen. So if you want to move, Mr. DeMoncas, thank you, to the next slide. I really like this saying, look at a stonecutter hammering away at his rock, perhaps 100 times without as much as a crack showing in it. Yet at the 101st blow, it will split in two. And I know it was not the last blow that did it, but all that had gone before. So when we look at Central Cambria curriculum, we are looking K to 12, and we have grade level meetings, but we try to have vertical meetings and horizontal meetings. I know we try to get the elementary with the middle school and the middle school with the secondary, with the high school, because we do want a smooth and seamless transition from kindergarten the whole way up. So those are some things we have been talking to teachers. We've been having faculty meetings with teachers about curriculum on how to make that work. So in the next slide, it just shows data. Now this data, I know it's 2017, 2018, and 2019, but that is the most current data that we have. So we are going to share information from PSSAs and Keystones and AP and SAT. But again, it's going to be a little bit outdated because the 2020 data we do not have. So the data that we'll have is the PSSA's 2021 and the Keystone data 2021. And the students haven't taken those yet. So I don't know, Jen, if you want to talk, but if anybody, or Mrs. Mazoris, if anybody wants to chime in, this is very, very informal. So if something does come up or we say something and you have a question, please just ask. So Mrs. Mazoris, do you just want to talk about Cambria Elementary?
As you can see on the chart that Trish has, the 3-year trend, we are definitely making improvements in every area. We did, oh wow, I have to think back, was that 2020? I have to look at my picture. 2019 and 2020, we were recognized as a distinguished school for doing so well. So that was just so amazing for our staff and for our students. We were so happy and so proud. So math is really coming up. ELA is coming up, and our science is obviously always really, really good. It's a lot of hands-on science. Mrs. Hoffman clearly has a lot of enthusiasm and motivation with science, and that kind of, she talks to all of the teachers for that. So I think we're doing really well. I am excited to see what happens this year. Even though it's been a crazy year, I still think our kids are going to do great. I really do. I know everybody's nervous and all of that, but I'm excited to see the data that we get.
Thank you. Mr. DeMoncas, do you want to address Jackson?
Yeah, absolutely. I can't agree more with Mrs. Mazoris there. I am more than excited for the PSSA. I know before I wasn't a huge test taker, but I'm honestly excited about it because it's going to display how hard our teachers and students have worked. We have gone above and beyond, not only in a virtual setting, in a hybrid setting, and now in a face-to-face setting, on making sure our students are prepared and are growing accordingly. Looking at the Jackson trends, we unfortunately have seen a little bit of a drop recently. Some things that we are addressing in regards to math and in regards to ELA. We've been having countless PLC meetings, vertical meetings, as well as really collaborating with Cambria Elementary. This past year, I can't remember a year like this to where you've seen teachers from Jackson and Cambria communicate. One thing that we're going to take from this is that 7 miles between Jackson and Cambria is not a factor anymore. It's not a barrier. Our teachers are able to meet in their PLCs as a district 3rd grade team, 4th grade team, as well as vertically. And just like we're doing here, being able to communicate and collaborate together. So we did see a little bit of a decrease in some areas in Jackson Elementary School, but one of our strongest areas, as you can see, is science. as well as Mrs. Berkey being a fantastic educator down there, doing everything she can. We're so excited to, big news with her coming forward. We're excited with her opportunities that we're gonna kind of put in place. So again, super excited for the year for Jackson Elementary, and some of those things for the lower scores in their lower percentiles. We've been working with them with professional development, as well as collaboration with Cambria, with them being a Title I distinguished school. So, okay, thank you. That's all I have for Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. DeMonkis. So for the next couple slides is the middle school and the high school. We're addressing those in the secondary, so we can just go past those, but just you can briefly see those. Then what we did is we took the data and we just had the PSSA scores, and in the red, it's the state average. So you can just look down there and see how they compare. And really, Jackson is comparable to the state average. Of course, we always want to go over and beyond, but they are doing well. And some things, some ideas and some goals that we have in place, I think are definitely going to help, like Mr. DeMonkis said. Science, 86%, the state average is 75%. And again, Mrs. Berkey just does a great job, and they all do, but that's definitely a highlight. In Cambria Elementary, and again, if anybody wants to say anything, but the state average, they're doing well, as they're going above the state average. And you can just see, again, the reds, the state average, and then the grayish white is Cambria Elementary. Okay. PSAT, we can skip that too. Advanced placement, yes, that's all. So this is the Future Readiness Index. The SAT and all of that is the secondary portion. And if you want to come to that, you're more than welcome. The Future Readiness Index, and there's some information about that, but it was launched in November 2018. And so if you go to the Future Readiness Index, you can even just Google it, and you can go to your child's school and see how Cambria and Jackson are doing. And I'll show you what it looks like. It's in one of the upcoming slides. But just in case you just wanted to know what the Future Readiness Index was all about, it is a tool that moves beyond a single summative score and to increase transparency around school and student group performances. So there's academics in there, attendance, and also career. And I know for the elementary portion, it seems kind of crazy, but they do learn about careers. It's just more career awareness of, what they like, maybe a student inventory, something like that. So it kind of puts them in the direction. Obviously, they don't have to make up their mind. It's just fun to see what their dreams and goals are when they're in kindergarten, and see how that kind of transpires as they go through the grades and as they graduate. Mr. John Strumatter is our assistant principal, K-12. He does a lot of work with Cambria. I know he does a great job at Jackson as well. So Mr. Strumatter, do you want to talk about the Future Readiness Index, or just some scores that you've seen? Oh, John, you want to put your mic on? There you go.
Okay, sorry about that. It is, like Dr. Mirren said, it has been very interesting to see with this emphasis on the Future Readiness Index, to see what the kids, what their passions are, and starting at a young age and making sure we're collecting those data points to see where they're going with their passions, where they're going with their dreams, and documenting that as they go down through the process. So.
Okay, thank you. We also have a career advisor. The career advisor is K-12, and I know she did more in 1920 school year before we had to shut down than this year, but she's great. We're going to have that position again. So that position is a grant-funded position. And it's just really interesting to see them working with students. But one of the initiatives that we want next year is to continue to go into the elementary classrooms and talk about careers and interest inventories, things like that. So hopefully you'll see more of that come home next year. So on the Future Readiness Index, this is what it looks like when you go on and you click which school your child attends. So this is Cambria Elementary School. Mrs. Mazoris, do you want to do a brief overview?
it's just a little bit hard to see. I can't read what
I'm
it says.
sorry.
That's okay. It's the same way on my printout, so I'll give it a shot here. So the first section is state assessment measures. So the percent proficient advanced in English language arts and literature. All students meet the interim goal improvement target. Wow. I'm so sorry, Trisha. I can't see it. It's just really, really tiny.
That's okay. Let me just, so this is what it looks like. So again, if you're interested, please go on to the Future Readiness Index site, put your child's school, and you'll see it much better. So I just wanted to give a snapshot of what it looks like and what you could be looking for. But basically for Cambria Elementary, so the ELA, the obviously arrows going up are good. That means improvements. And then on the on-track measures, that is attendance, and it's green. Blue is like distinguished, green is proficient, and red is an area that needs improvement. All over on the other side where it says college and career measures, it's green as well. But over where it says state assessment measures, the ELA is improving. And then it's all students in a group, and then all students meet the goal. And those are the first two, and the arrows up. And then it's math and algebra. All student group met the interim goal. And that last one is all student group exceeds the standard. So that's really high. That's great. So Cambria Elementary School in Jackson, like the whole school district, it's until 2024 to meet these goals. So even when you see improvement, or if you see an arrow going down, that just means an area that we really need to work on. But it just means we have years to get there. So again, we want all blue all the time, but that is the ultimate end goal. So Cambria Elementary's is really good. Dane, we can go to Jackson's.
You know what, Dr. Marion, the good thing about this is it kind of shows us where we do need to work, so we can really focus in on that area. But it can also let you know that parents who move into the district, they know to look at this. I've had different parents who have moved their children into the district because they'll say, well, I really did some research and I looked at the scores, and this school just looks really great. So people do look at it. It's worth looking at. It really is. I think it is. Sorry that I couldn't see it. Guess I vision.
That's okay. No, thank you. Again, Jackson, and you can see the state assessment measures, and the arrows are down. Again, you know, it's green. It just means that, you know, we just areas of improvement. It's not in the red, you know, where it looks more pink, but no, so those are areas that we know we need to grow. The on-track measures, blue for the attendance. It's the regular attendance, and college and career, it's the blue as well. For on-track measures and college and career measures, it's really a formula. It's like a state formula. It's really complicated. So it's not really like a clear cut of what they're looking for. They know what they're looking for, but they put in graduation rates for the elementary formula. So it's really a configuration, but ultimately, like Mrs. Mazur says, it is a nice guide for us to know what areas that you know, the students are doing really, really well, and we need to continue that, and some areas that we need to improve.
Awesome. Yeah, and I have to say again, you know, you do see a little bit of a downward arrow for some areas in Jackson. Those would be green areas that we are above proficient, but as a whole, we went down from previous years, is what that's showing. So again, areas of improvement on that we can definitely, that we've addressed, that we're working on, again, trying to collaborate with Cambria Elementary, see what they're doing so awesome, and making sure all Central Cambria students, either Jackson or Cambria, are getting the same quality instruction there. Okay.
Yeah, then we can go past the middle school and the high school. So again, with our curriculum, we just wanted to let you know, and I'm sure that you do as parents and family members, but our reading curriculum is Wonders, and it is, our subscription is up. So we had in-depth conversations about ELA, which is fantastic. You know, the good, the bad, the ugly. And basically, we're going to resubscribe for our Wonders program for K-5, just because our teachers said that, you know, they're seeing some really positive success with that, but also supplement with novels and literature circles and a little bit of balanced literacy. Again, trying to make learning meaningful and fun for the students. So, back in the day, I know when I went to elementary school, we had the workbook and it was workbook page 1 on Monday and 2 on Tuesday. And that's just not how it is anymore. And that's a positive. So, they're just, and the teachers are just really thinking of great ideas and implementing great teaching strategies. With the math, and this is elementary, we have Go Math. And then our assessments, we use running records, something we used to use STAR, that's not anymore. We use CDTs. So if you hear or if you see this information coming home, that's really what we do. We also use Fontes and Pinnell if you hear that term as well. But Mr. Strittmatter he worked at Central Cambria, then went to Cambria Heights and came back to Central Cambria. We're so lucky again that he's here. He officially started in November. But he saw a great success with something called Easy CBM for an assessment for the elementary school. So Mr. Strittmatter, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we want to use as much data-based information. We want to get as much information as we can. So Easy CBM, it's a way to benchmark students. So we look to benchmark them. What that means is you get data points in the fall, winter, and spring. And we have some really good tools right now for reading with Fontes and Pinnell, but we were looking to get some more good data for math, okay? And that can be used in a variety of ways. So it can be used with the general student population to find out where they're at compared to their peers at grade level. And it can also be used for information to see with gifted how we could differentiate and challenge students. It could also be used to find out how we could give them more support. So that math information, and it also includes reading, it really helps teachers dive deeper into finding out where exactly are the students. And when you know exactly where a student is at, you can give them instructional material on their level, which is really going to let them excel, or it gives them the support they need to keep making improvements.
Thank you, Mr. Strittmatter. And that is exactly it, is not to test just to test. We want to assess the students to drive our instruction to meet the needs of all students. So thank you. So keep moving with new initiatives. So some things that we are thinking about, again, just going back to that stimulus at ESSERS 3 money. I know that Dr. Moore mentioned a tech education program, but just some things, at the elementary school, we're also thinking about, not only looking at our curriculum and enhancing that, but also, possibly positions that can help us make sure that that curriculum is done with fidelity. And we talked about consistency between Jackson and Cambria and K-12. And like I mentioned before, across the board, but also up and down across the elementary school, K-5, because just like the saying at the beginning, one skill builds upon another. So, if we can get people in the right positions that can help us fulfill those requirements and meet those goals for the students to see success at every level, that's our goal. That's what we want. So, we talk about, because I know this PowerPoint, or I guess this Google slideshow has elementary and high school, but I know our high school, just kind of backwards design, our high school course catalog was not updated for, I'd say, maybe 15 years. And, Mr. Santini, Mrs. Sation, really, we kind of went back to what is the student needs? What do our students want? And what are their dreams, and what can we do to help them? And that's basically what we're doing for the elementary as well, is, what are some interesting areas that we're missing or can help them? And one of the things we're also implementing for the elementary school is Collins writing. We're hearing from teachers that say, again, Wonders is a good curriculum, but we just really need a stronger writing curriculum. So that is something that is going to be new for next year. We were going to start it this year, but with everything going on, we thought it would be too overwhelming for everybody. So that is something we're going to start. So we're excited about that. And it's not so much a separate program, but it should really be embedded in social studies, science, math, reading. So that's an exciting endeavor. Just to go back real quick, I'm sorry, Mr. DeMoncus, I did see the STEAM. Mrs. Hoffman is fantastic at Jackson and Cambria, and I know that she's been disappointed this year just because of the regulations and the restrictions about working together, because STEAM really is about collaboration and working and innovations and, coming up with their own ideas. So I know she's really excited for 2021, just to keep that consistent and embedding those STEAM activities. And again, just our encores, we're always trying to get better, not only, like I mentioned, with social studies, science, English, and math, but also the special areas, music, art, phys ed, library, technology. That is something that we are working on at the elementary level is, instead of library just taking out books, which is important because students need to read books, but we're also implementing that technology piece, that keyboarding, cyber safety, cyberbullying, those kinds of things are going to be embedded in library. So, we're trying to use technology specialist, rather than librarian, because Mrs. Duncan, she's a plethora of information, but she is also going to be kind of expanding into more technical skills. One of the things we're hearing is keyboarding, that when the kids go to the middle school, they're, kind of pecking a little bit, and we want to make sure that we're filling in the gap and hopefully providing those keyboarding skills that'll make it easier when they're writing, they're typing out their answers. Mrs. Gokenauer's on here, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but do you see that going into the middle school?
Absolutely. Keyboarding is definitely an area of need. They're great with texting. They could text a lot faster than they could type.
Yeah.
I'm just going to chime in there and say that typing is definitely really, really, really important, because I know when they are texting, Julie, it's like, instead of YOU for you, it's just you. You know what I mean? There's all that little jargon that they use. And then when they're typing, they use the same thing and it's not correct.
I is never capitalized in our 6th grade writings that I see, and it's a huge pet peeve. We don't capitalize I when we text. Like,
it drives me crazy. I know. So that's like one of the reasons that we're trying to really push it here.
Does anybody else want to chime in? Do you see the same thing with your children? Okay.
I was just going to say really quickly, like with a middle schooler and elementary school, yeah, for the wave of the future, they're not gonna, I hate to say that, they might not even have keyboarding. It just must be like all auto correct, and you're not going to see that. You're just going to see texting and touch screens. So it's like, what can you do as teachers to help them grow and understand? You still need keyboarding skills, because that might not go away for 20 some more years.
Thank you. And just to add to, like, we know academics is a huge part of your children's lives, but we also know that the extracurricular is too. And we really try to, implement sports and some physical activities, but also like robotics and Lego League, those kinds of things as well. So the academics, I know reading competition is great. At the elementary level, it looks a little bit differently this year, but, always trying to, push our students to try to find, again, we mentioned this, but their interest, in what they like. And it's good that especially elementary students have a lot of interest, because then they can kind of feel it out and see exactly what they want before maybe when they get older, they can kind of narrow it down, for a couple things. But it's good just to have a variety of different options that they can pick.
Dr. Murin, one thing that we should add is that we are training various hours on SEL training for social emotional learning. We have an entire committee made up of teachers and people throughout the district, and it's just to kind of help everybody. Obviously, trauma has been a big word this year, especially, but just to be able to support our students more emotionally and socially, and be able to identify those students who may be struggling with that. So it's not going to be, anything like another lesson plan or anything like that. It's just more knowledge.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Mazoris, because that is huge. And again, that is something that I know that we have a committee of teachers, and they're absolutely fantastic, that are on this SEL training, but it really is for all teachers. And it's not an extra curriculum. Like, we're going to be really implementing it next year. So it's not an add-on. It needs to be implemented in everything that everybody does, because we know how important SEL, that social emotional learning, is for everybody.
Dr. Mir, just to build on that a little bit. So with the SEL, and we're talking about how it's not just another add-on, it's basically what it is it's the understanding for adults and students that we all have a lot on our plates, and especially now more than ever with all the challenges with the just the isolation, right? So there's some challenges that come with that, and it's understanding that we want students and adults in a good place where they're feeling good about how things are going. They're feeling good when they come to school. They're in a positive mindset, and if they're not, we have a mindfulness and recognizing that there are going to be some challenges, and we're going to work with them instead of jumping right into academics. We have that mindfulness to understand where everyone's coming from, and then we're getting into the academics. So that was really important, Jen and Dr. Mirren.
Thank you. We wanted to share this too. Now, this was not last summer. Unfortunately, it was 2 summers ago, but we do the bookmobile, and it is so much fun. It is great. I know Mrs. Mazoris, Mr. DeMonkis, they've led it, and it's just awesome. So we stop at different communities. We have a white van. Well, we used to have a white van, but now we have a really nice red Central Cambria van, so you can't miss it, which is awesome. So we'll be sending out information for that too. So, and kids just come, and we try to play a couple games with them, and they trade off books, but it's just a really neat experience, and it's a lot of fun. Plans for the future. And again, hopefully we have some positions to help, like we mentioned with our curriculum. I'm sorry, I haven't moved, so my light just went out. There it is. But in the career advisor, like we talked about, helping with choices. But another thing before we leave, and I'm looking at time, but I think the next session doesn't start until 7:15, is the SAIP procedures. That is something that we are always planning for. So we're planning for, better curriculum, safer choices, more extracurriculars. But Mrs. Mazoris, do you want to talk about just the safety and just some things that have been updated?
Sure. I'm the new district safety coordinator, so that's been a big learning curve for me, but an exciting one because I'm very into it. We had to update our emergency operations plan this year. Our safety committee has been working really hard. Everybody has a certain role to play. We've updated some different things. I can't get into too many details only because that's kind of in-house talk. We don't want too many people to know what we're planning for safety. But we are having an evacuation drill on April 6th. The principals will be sending out a Skylar to tell you about that, so that if your child comes home and says, listen, we had an evacuation drill, everybody's aware that it's just a drill. Jackson Elementary School will be having one too, just at a different time. But we are doing it with the Emergency Management Agency. They will be coming, they will be blocking off campus so that when we evacuate the buildings, there's no chance of anybody coming up onto campus and putting anybody in any danger or anything like that. But they're just coming to watch us do our evacuation, and if there's any tips they can give us, they will. And we've been working with a lot of the police, and we have really good partnerships in the community. So I feel like it's very positive going forward.
Okay, thank you. Here's some contact information. If anybody ever needs to get in touch with any of us, please do at any time. I know I can contact anybody around 7, 8, 9, 10 at night, and everybody answers their phones, but maybe not call maybe that late. But anyway, you're always welcome to contact us at any time. Before we leave, with the comprehensive plan, we also are looking for parent-family feedback. So again, if this isn't if you don't want to ask your questions in front of everybody, please contact me, because we want to know, again, based off of this information that was shared at the comprehensive plan with the PSSA and Future Ready Index information. That's all information that needs to be in our comprehensive plan, but we also need input from all of you, because again, I know it's great that some of you, say things, some of you don't, but if we think things are going well and we're not hearing from parents, then we're going to assume that things are going well. So, please let us know if you have any other ideas, or if you've heard a different curriculum or whatever, please let us know. But we're basically in the planning stages. We're just trying to get all this information that we've talked about tonight and add the data for 2021 as well. And we should be good. But please contact me anytime if anyone needs anything, especially input for the comprehensive plan. So anything at this point?
No, I just wanted to add, Dr. Marion, I'm going to switch over to this page here.
Oh, thank you.
This is actually the comprehensive plan portal. So if you have questions, the core foundations of the comprehensive plan are standards, curriculum, instruction, assessment, safe and supportive schools, material and resources, professional education, and special education. Those are kind of the core foundations of the comprehensive plan. So if you have any questions in regards to those kind of topics, what we're doing, how we're making new initiatives to meet those certain standards and those core foundations, we'll be happy to kind of share that information with you in regards to those, because that's kind of the building blocks of our comprehensive plan there. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen now, so then everybody can see everybody. But again, I'll turn it over to Dr. Moore. But any of those kind of points, that's where we're building everything upon, especially in the elementary level with our standard-based report card, with our Wonders curriculum, understanding our CDTs and our ongoing assessments, and just providing our teachers with all the resources and materials that they need to be successful. So if you have any questions, please reach out. I'll turn it over to Dr. Moore.
Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this session. I hope it was informative, and I hope you have a good time for the rest of your evening. Thank you. (2024). So it is a span of obviously 3 years. So what we're looking for is we're trying to figure out short-term planning, long-term planning, and everything in between. So part of the comprehensive plan is to look at the data. So we looked at our past and present PSSAs and Keystones data, but I'm sorry, Mrs. Station, if we could just go back just to the
thing. Oh, geez, it's very touchy.
Thank you.
There we go.
So before we start with the data, I really like this. I just wanted to share, look at a stone cutter hammering away at his rock, perhaps 100 times without as much as a crack showing in it. Yet at the 101st blow, it will split in two. And I know it was not the last blow that did it, but all that had gone before. So I just met with the elementary families regarding the elementary portion of the comprehensive plan. And really, that is, it's really a comprehensive. It's K to 12. And it's, we've had obviously our kids go through the elementary schools, and that's the foundation. And as they get up older, they kind of vary off to what their interests and what their likes are. So I just thought this was great, because we do try to plan horizontally and vertically. We look at grade levels, departments, but also the whole entire school district.
Oops.
So we're going to look at trends. I know we have the elementary data in here, but we can just go through it. So we can just kind of skip Cambria and Jackson. And then this is the 3-year trend for the middle school. And it's weird that it's 2017, 2018, and 2019 data, but that is our current data since we don't have anything for 2020. We will have 2021, but like I mentioned at the very beginning, we don't know when we'll get that data back. So this is our latest data that we have, and we have a 3-year trend here. This is 6th grade ELA and math, and you can see for 2017, 2018, and 2019. And then we have the 7th grade ELA and math. And as we go to the next slide, We have 8th grade, ELA, math, and science. All this information is public knowledge, and I'll be talking about how you can find it in the Future Readiness Index. But it's just good. We look at 3-year trends. We look at, of course, we look at the 2017, 18, and 19, but then we also look at how the same cohort did for 2017, 2018, and 2019. Here at Central Cambria, we know a test is not the end-all be-all. Some students have test anxiety and things like that. But when we look at this data, we try to use the data to drive instruction. So we try to look at what the majority of the students, what did they lack? What did they do really well with? And not only do we base it off on the PSSA and the Keystone score, and Mrs. Sation maybe can chime in, but we also assess them through something called the CDTs, the Classroom Diagnostic Test. So Mrs. Sation, can you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. The CDTs are very, I would say, aligned to our PSSA and our Keystone, aligned to the standards. So it certainly helps our kids prepare for what the testing environment's going to look like. In fact, I know Dr. Mirren talked about in the opening comments, our Keystones and our PSSAs this year. I know at the high school level, we're going to be doing our Keystones online, which is the same format that the CDTs are given in. So they kind of are already become familiar with not only how the questions are kind of written it and how they phrase things and the vocabulary, but also all of the features that are in a CDT with formula sheets and resources in there that they can use during the test as well. But it's very well aligned to not only these tests, but hopefully, and also all the curriculum that drives our instruction here at Central Cambria.
Thank you, Mrs. Sation. Just in case, your kids come home and say something about the CDT or we had to do CDTs. Again, we're always trying to see where they're at. We want to meet their needs as well. So it's great data for, again, not only for large group instruction, but small group and individual instruction as well. This is the Keystone, the literature, biology, algebra. I know we give the algebra Keystones, the algebra Keystones at the middle school level for those students finishing the algebra course, and also at the high school. And then we have English as a second language as well, that's there. And then we combine our algebra scores because it's the same course, and that's 70%. Our middle school usually does really, really well, and Mrs. Sation taught math for a while. Now she's our assistant principal, which she's working very hard there as well, but that's near and dear to her heart. So that's something that we're always improving, not only math, but really all the courses.
I appreciate you saying that was just a while there, Dr. Mirren. I feel like that was a long time that I was teaching math, but I appreciate you saying it was just a while. All right, buzzing through.
Yeah, definitely. So the middle school, and this is what we presented at the elementary session as well. So we just put it in red so you can see the state average. So again, we're trying to base it off of as much as we can. And so in the red is the state average, and in the gray, white is the Central Cambria Middle School average. So once you look through it, it's very comparable, even a little bit higher, a little bit less, but we're right there. Of course, average is never good for us. That's something we're always striving for is better, but it's nice to know as a state average that we're right there, or like I said, a little bit higher. And there's the Keystone scores as well. For the SAT and the PSAT, and this is something that we just gave the PSAT, so this is definitely not updated because I think that was last week sometime, right, Mrs. Sation, that was given. That is something that, Mr. Santini and Mrs. Sation do a great job with. Our PSATs years ago, students would select to do it. Now we have all the students doing it, which is, again, a really great data point. Plus, it's a good practice for the SAT. I know sometimes, students, that's just not for them. And they're like, I'm not going to take the SAT. I'm not going to college. But if they have the PSAT and think, well, gee, I actually did really well. Maybe that'll encourage them to take the SAT, and maybe go to school. Maybe not. That's the nice thing is our course catalog does a nice job for whatever path you want. If you want the career path, if you want the college path, we do have a career advisor, Andrea Zilch. She's doing some sessions tonight. That is a grant-funded position. We are going to have that position again. It's a 2-year position. So Ms. Zilch is ending her second year in May. We do have somebody that's going to take her place for 2 years. And it's great to have somebody like that. Our counselors do a fantastic job. It's just nice to have somebody who's just devoted to meeting with the students and just seeing what their options are. And again, if it's, you know, going to the workforce, the military, the college, you know, it's just great to have somebody to kind of guide and talk to, you know, of course, their parents and their families, but it's just nice to hear at school too, alongside the administration and the teachers. The SAT, and again, our SAT is comparable. This again needs to be updated. It's just because we finally have students taking the SATs now because they were on hold. Mrs. Station, when is the SAT day?
I know we have it coming up here real soon. In fact, I think some of our materials just arrived in the office today.
That is something that we started, is SAT day. Last year we did not have it, right, Mrs. Station, because that was during when the schools were closed. But this gives students another opportunity. Before, they would have to schedule something on a Saturday. And unfortunately, it always seemed to fall on really bad dates like the prom or graduation. So it's nice that our school gets to pick the date. It is in school for the students, so it's very easy to get here. They're used to the teacher proctors because they're used to seeing teachers. So hopefully that environment makes them more comfortable to take it. And then once we give the SATs in our schools, we also have that information. So I know if they go to different places, it's really hard for like Central Cambria to get certain students' information because that information is confidential if they're taking it with Penn Cambria, students in Penn Cambria, students in Cambria Heights. But when they do it here at SAT Day, all that data is ours and we have it. And again, we can align our instruction to that data.
It also links to Khan Academy for them and gives us some AP potential information too, as far as taking AP courses.
Thank you. So, yeah, so go ahead. You can continue, Mrs.
Oh no, go ahead. You're fine, Dr. Mirren.
So the AP participation, and this keeps growing and growing and growing. Our AP participation now is just so much. I just wanted to put some things. So there was like 14, I think we had one year. I think one year we had 2 students taking the AP exam. And now we have, it's just an overwhelming number. So that is huge. Again, just trying to give our students a variety. It's like kind of like a salad bar. You know, we want to make sure we have all these different varieties because students have different likes and wants and needs. And, you know, the high school is a great place to try things out and see if you like them. So if I think I want to be in, you know, nursing, maybe I take a biology or anatomy and I don't like it, then that's great. Like either you like it, that's great, you know, you don't like it, that's great, you know. So, you know, having AP is great. If you score, you know, a 3, 4, or 5, you can also get college credits for that. So, you know, this is a great opportunity for the students. We also have the dual enrollment, which is always really popular with our students as well. And again, if students want to take advantage of it, great. If they don't, that's fine. But at least we have it for them if they want it. But oh gosh, I'm trying to think, Mrs. Station, we have our associate's degree in Penn Highlands now, also the Mounts. So
Mr. Santini just did a presentation on that in the first session on both of those as well.
So these programs keep growing. Again, I keep saying again, but it's just exciting to know that we're offering so many things for the students. I think because before 2 years ago, our course catalog wasn't updated maybe 10, 15 years. So it's exciting for the students. Another thing we hear is about the advanced placement courses, which it's great if that's what you're into and that's, you know, those are challenging courses you want to take. But what about the students that they don't want to? Or maybe the students that, you know, our Admiral Perry VOTEC program is fantastic. They offer so many different options for the students. But if that's not for them, then what? So Dr. Moore talked about the tech ed position. That is something that we would love to have here. And again, this is all tentative, but we're so excited. We want to share it out. We want to hear your feedback. It needs to be passed by the board and board approved. If we can get a tech ed teacher and have a tech ed program here at the high school, where if students aren't really sure about VOTech, but maybe they want to learn about manufacturing, they can stay here and take a course. The robotics, I know Mrs. Niebauer, I mentioned at the beginning, she does a fantastic job with that as well, but just offering more choices. We purchased a CNC router with a grant. So just for have students even create different things. We have a laser engraver, we have a 3D printer. So it'd be really nice if the students just gain skills, and maybe that's not their lifelong dream or a job that they would want, but they could still have those skills.
Dr. Murin just mentioned the course catalog. I think a couple of years ago, it was probably 11 pages, 12 pages long. I think we're up to 40 some. So it's definitely grown and have lots of different options for everybody. And I think I have some good feedback from kids this year that we had a survey out last year of options of things that they would like to see. And they were excited to see some of those things showed up in this year's catalog, to realize that their feedback actually meant something, that it went somewhere. It wasn't just a submission in a document, that it was actually looked at and considered. So it's good to see that continues to grow.
And that's a good point, Mrs. Sation. And again, please chime in. This is just really informal, but we do listen to parent and family feedback. We listen to student feedback. And I know sometimes, people don't feel that they're being heard, but the students, almost every year, Dr. Moore and I meet with them, the graduating seniors, and ask, what is Central Camp, the good, the bad, the ugly? And we wait for them to graduate. And then a week later, we bring them back because we don't want them to think that there's any repercussions or anything like that. And they're honest, and their feedback is just incredible. Every year, it seems like one thing that they also mention is sign language course. So sign language is considered a world language, and we are trying, hopefully next year, we are going to pilot a program through IU8. It's a sign language program. We can't put that in the course catalog because we're not sure if we have it, but if we do, we definitely want to make sure that the students are aware of it, and somehow we could use it during study hall or maybe RDA. That's, I think that Red Devil time is just so important too, because academics are obviously crucial, but it's good to do things that you like and you love, and hopefully academics you love, but it's just nice to have something extra. So if we could maybe even embed that in maybe during RDA time, I think a lot of our students would be happy. But hopefully 21, 22, 23, but next year we might be able to pilot that. This is a Future Readiness Index. If you have not heard of it before, I just wanted to kind of cite some things, some points. It was launched in November 2018, and it is a great tool. So the website is there, but if you Google Future Readiness Index, you can choose which school that your child attends to look at that data. And I'm going to be showing you what it looks like. It's not very clear, but at least you know what it looks like when you get on the website. But this tool moves beyond a single summative score to increase transparency around school and student group performance. We all need to be transparent, because this information we do use in the classrooms to help the students or to help the schools. So it's nice to see that it's also academic performance, of course, student progress, college and career readiness, and also attendance is in there. It's included.
Ooh. There we go.
So this is Canberra Elementary, so we can skip that. And then the next one's Jackson. So the middle school, and I know it's really tiny, but with the arrows going up, that is good. That means that it's improving, it's increasing. Arrows going down mean that that's an area that we need to work on. So we're transparent. So we just wanted to show this, and you can absolutely go on that site, and it's obviously clear that you can see this. This is a little spread out. But when you see the state assessment measures, it is for the language arts. You see it going down in red. So that is obviously an area that we are working on. It's all student group, not met interim goal. And then the second one is the ELA, expectations in English, the academic growth, and that's increasing. Blue is distinguished, green is proficient, and red is needs improvement. And then the next one is about math, all student group not met, the interim. And then the last one is the growth expectations. So this is a 2024, 2025 goal. So if we have arrows going down, it does mean we need to improve, but it's not an end all. It means we have time to do that. So hopefully with some things that we're implementing, we'll all be blue very soon. We would love to be blue every single day, but we do have areas that we need to work on, and our teachers are working on that. Then the on-track measures just for the middle school, as Mrs. Sation goes back, and college and career measures, and that's green and blue. So for the high school, again, we have some arrows going down that we know that we need to address that. And then we have the arrow improving, but it is in the red with the academic growth expectations in math and algebra 1. The on-track measures is attendance, and really for attendance, there's a formula through the state, and it's just this really it's this big configuration of different things because our attendance is pretty good. What we found out is we weren't reporting it correctly. So that's just an error about reporting. So we'll get that fixed. And then the college and career, we're proficient.
I'm not going to be in charge of tech anymore.
Any questions before we move on? Okay, so we wanted to incorporate some curriculum. So this is some elementary curriculum, but I know that Mrs. Station talked about the CDTs. With our, with the pandemic, we were awarded ESSERS money, which is stimulus money. So we were awarded ESSERS 1 last year. And with that money, we were able to purchase technology for our distance learning and also technology for our teachers, like updating all of that, in case we have a shutdown or, something hopefully never like this happens again, or VLI needs to happen for some reason, that every student had technology that was working. So then we were awarded ESSERS 2, which was more money for like the summer academy, our air conditioning and ventilation for our students to be safe, to breathe cleaner air, and to make sure that everyone's healthier. So we included that. Then we just found out that we are also getting ESSERS 3, which this curriculum kind of ties into that, because with ESSERS 3 money, we are able to update our curriculum. So Mrs. Sation, Mr. Santini, Mr. Stripmatter, we've been working with the teachers on certain curriculum. So, tentatively, we're looking at ELA curriculum, K-5, but also 6th through 12th, and our social studies curriculum at the middle school, 6th through 8th. But we're always looking to update in different areas. So we are definitely purchasing and updating curriculum. Going back to that data that we saw for the Future Readiness Index, we're using that, and PSSA and Keystone and CDT data to see where are our gaps and how can we help our students. So we're using, and another thing for the ESSERS is we know that curriculum is important. It's great to get effective curriculum, but we also know that sustainability and that, doing it with validity and consistency is really crucial. So hopefully we will be able to hire some personnel to make sure that that's happening. I know our principals do a great job with that, but when there's a crisis or something, they need to address that issue. Our counselors also assist, but it's just more people to make sure that our curriculum is completed as it should, and challenging our students in, I keep saying this, but really meeting every student's needs. It's easier said than done, but that is what we do. It's what we strive to do every day.
There we go.
So just moving with new initiatives, we talked about possibly a tech ed program, which I think is crucial. With our sustainability and our stimulus money, we want to make sure that we're planning for short-term and long-term, like I mentioned. And it's kind of hard to plan for the long-term when you don't really know I'm sorry, my light just went out. When our what's going to happen in the future. But if we can have the technology and things in place, so when the future does happen, we can, make it happen without falling behind or, making the students lose more learning. So we want to make sure things are in place for that to happen, next year and for years to come. So we listen to the feedback of families and students. We have had positive feedback, like Mrs. Sation said, about the high school fitting every student. And if you have ideas for more courses, if your students or your children do, they need to let us know, or you can let us know at any time. Improving AP, improving and increasing high school courses, PSSAs and Keystone scores keep increasing, more STEM and tech ed. We talked a lot about the academics, but Central Cambria does such a fantastic job with extracurricular activities, and our specials teachers, our encore teachers with music, art, phys ed, library, technology. I know the musical was last week, and the students just knocked it out of the park, and that's in the middle of a pandemic. So our teachers step up all the time, and we just want to make the best experiences for these students, because the students didn't pick this pandemic and this time. So it's our job to make sure that, we make it the best that we can for them, and that they're still learning. And co-teaching in every building, and that is K through 12. So we want to make sure that we continue that practice. This is just something that if you have younger children, we do the bookmobile. Mrs. Sation was a part of it some summers ago. This was not last summer. Obviously, this was the summer before, but we do have a community bookmobile. If your middle school and high school students are looking for volunteer hours and they want to help us out, we would love for them to come. We do it about once a week in the summer, and nothing compares to their smiley faces and their laughter running up to the bookmobile.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now in our nice Central Cambria vans.
Correct, right. Plans for the future, hopefully hiring personnel to help with our curriculum, adding different curriculum, K to 12. The career advisor we talked about. The safer procedures. Gemma Zoris is now our new Safe Schools coordinator. We are planning an evacuation drill. Mrs. Station, I think that's next week.
Yep, I think April 6th.
So always trying to keep our kids, give them the best curriculum, but also try to make sure that everybody is as safe as possible. The Raptor we got a couple years ago, so we still have that. And with the pandemic and the restrictions, we had to have a whole new safe school and health plan, but that has been posted since I believe it was July. Here's the contact information for any of us anytime. So feel free to give us a call, email us. And that's really the end of this session. But any questions, or again, if you don't feel, comfortable asking, you can always let us know. But any questions for tonight? Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you had some answers to your questions. Hopefully you learned more than you did before, and keep in touch, and good luck with everything. Thank you.
So good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me this evening. My name is Andrea Zilch. I am so excited to talk with you this evening about how to navigate the college admissions process and how to get started with all of this. At times it can seem like it's a very daunting task. So tonight we're going to cover the basics. But before we get started, I just want to tell you a little bit about myself. I am a 2019 graduate of Juniata College, and I studied history and museum studies, which on the surface is not immediately applicable to college and career advising, but I am a first-generation college graduate, and I'm very proud of that. And I had a wonderful college experience, so I am very passionate about working with your families and helping to make sure that your students are set up for success and starting, arguably the most influential years of their young adult life. So my position with the Pennsylvania College Advising Corps is very unique in that we are an AmeriCorps program that is dedicated to serving underrepresented, first-generation, and low-income students persist onto higher education. We're actually at Central Cambria part of a national initiative to propel 1 million high school students to college by 2025. So If that doesn't get you excited about the future, I don't know what will. Unfortunately, this is my final year at Central Cambria. Next year, have no worries though, we have already hired my replacement, and her name is Miss Liz Stewart. And believe it or not, we actually went to high school together, and she is a wonderful person. She is so excited to meet you all and get started in the fall. But for all of you students who are thinking about studying STEM fields, she is going to be a great resource for you because she studied chemical biology at Stevens Institute of Technology. So I hope you have wonderful conversations with her and make sure that you ask lots of questions. All right, so let's actually get into the material. When students come into my office, they generally feel like they have tons of questions or they're not quite sure what to even start asking. So everything that I will cover this evening is really geared toward juniors that are in their spring semester, but some of these things can be started earlier if your student is in 9th grade or in 10th grade. I tell students to really focus on 2 things in the spring of their junior year. The first being standardized testing. It's everybody's favorite. Colleges, even after this past year, are still considering the SAT pretty heavily, especially if your son or daughter is interested in nursing programs or engineering programs. And when we sort of zoom out and look at the bigger picture, what should students strive to get or earn on the SAT? The minimum score to kind of aim for is a 1,000 out of 1,600. Obviously, we would like to see that a little higher in the 1,200 or the 1,300 range, but 1,000 is a really solid score to aim for. Likewise, if you've opted to take the ACT, that minimum score is at about a 21, obviously pushing towards the mid-20s or the higher 20s. Now, when you talk to admissions counselors or you look at college websites, you will see that they report average SAT and ACT scores. That is just the middle 50% of their applicant pool. So if your SAT score is lower than that, please do not sell yourself short. That does not mean that you will not be accepted to that program or that you will not be successful at that college. We have to remember that 25% of students have higher SAT scores than the average, and 25% have lower SAT scores than that average. So don't be disheartened, still apply. It is worth your time and your effort. Now, I get a lot of questions about how many times should I take the SAT? Students always feel like, can I just be one and done? Not quite. Most colleges do something called super scoring, where they take your highest reading score and your highest math score from any test date and count those as your overall score. So if at any point you're not satisfied with what you earned on the reading section or the math section, you can retest. And if that score improves, the higher of the two is what admissions counselors will look at. The ACT is also super scored, so it's really important and to your benefit to take it at least twice. Now, let's say that you've put in a lot of work studying, taking the SAT prep course, and you take the exam, you get your score back, and you feel like it doesn't reflect who you are as a student and what you're capable of. That's okay. Most colleges across the board have moved towards test optional admissions. And that's in large part because of testing restrictions with COVID protocols and also a recognition of growing financial hardships in families. But there are numerous colleges across the state that have had test optional admissions for 10 or more years. So don't think of it as a last resort. Think of it as taking the power back in your application and signaling to the admissions committee that you would like for them to focus on the types of courses that you took in high school, how you challenged yourself in the classroom, and how you've excelled at that. It really puts the power back into the student's hands in the admissions process. Now, I've mentioned both the SAT and the ACT. Which one should you take? I recommend starting with the SAT because up here in the north, that is definitely the most popular exam. But if you're not quite ready for test optional admissions, but you feel like the SAT still just isn't it for you, please consider the ACT. It is a completely different format. It actually includes a science section. So if you are a STEM-minded student, you should seriously consider taking the ACT. Weirdly enough, students will do better on one format over another. I have no scientific basis for that. It's purely anecdotal, but please consider taking one or both of them if you're able to. All right, and the second thing that students should really focus on in the spring of their junior year, or I know we have some sophomore families here in the audience tonight, you can start working on this now. So it's really important to start building a college list and include lots of variety in that list. Some good round numbers to think about are between 5 and 7 colleges that you're really seriously interested in. And variety comes in all forms in terms of financial aid, academics, the social life, and even the location of the college. Now we'll talk slightly more in depth about financial aid here in a second, but it's important to have different types of colleges and different price ranges of colleges, because financial aid is sort of one of those instances where you want to cast a really wide net so that you can get a really broad harvest of different financial aid offers. And likewise with academics. Every college is unique. They all have their own curriculums. So it's really important to make sure that you're getting lots of different styles of academics in there and that you have time and room to explore different disciplines that you've never heard about. When I was in high school, I had never heard about anthropology or sociology or environmental science. And those were all classes that I discovered when I went to college, and they were incredibly interesting to me. So make sure that you have time and room in your college experience to get to explore academia a little bit. And then likewise with the social life. Arguably, college is 75% social life. So how are you going to fill your time outside of the college classroom? Are you a huge Star Wars fan and would love to hang out with other Star Wars fans and have lightsabers in the dark outside, lightsaber battles outside? Or would you like to try rugby or ultimate frisbee or pottery or crochet? How are you going to meet lots of people, experience new things, and fill your time outside of the classroom. And then lastly, the location. I find that students either want to stay in Ebensburg or they want to leave. So are you dead set on getting to Pittsburgh or Philadelphia or someplace out of state? Or are you looking at a rural college that has a really strong study abroad program? Are you open to the idea of traveling internationally and living there for a semester or an entire year? These are all excellent questions to keep in mind when you start investigating colleges. But so many people feel unsure of where to even start. Pennsylvania has over 100 colleges within our state, and it's kind of overwhelming to, start thinking about all of the possibilities. Ones that you've never even heard of before. So one of my favorite websites is Big Future, and it is part of the College Board website. So you should be able to see the College Board website. And if your son or daughter signs into their profile, they can actually save everything that they are about to work on. We're going to head down here to the Big Future tab and the college search. And when it loads, you will see that there are tons of criteria that you can choose from to come up with a really selective list. For the sake of this evening, we're just going to look at four-year universities within the state of Pennsylvania. And we're always here down at the end of the list. So when I close out of this, you'll see that we've got 132 results. And if you save your selections here, you can come back to this exact list. And when you click on a college, it brings up a profile on the college, and you can save this specific page to your college list so that you can return to it if this is a place that you are seriously considering. This at a glance tab is really helpful just to give you a sense of what the college is like, where it's located, and a direct link to that website. And some helpful information that's great to know right off the bat. I personally love the application tab, so you can see what classes they are requiring students to have, what their average GPA is, and what their average SAT and ACT score are. So this is great to generate some ideas, get a sense of what colleges are out there, where they're located. And then once you kind of narrow down that list, then I recommend going to College Scorecard. And for the sake of time tonight, I won't share that one with you, but it's a little more focused on graduate outcomes and salaries and loan payments overall. So that's a great place to go where you can actually compare colleges to one another after you've got some names to throw around. So after you've got your names, you've got your list of 5 to 7 colleges. If you can, please go visit the campus for yourself or take advantage of all the virtual options that now exist. You can visit campuses individually with just your family, or you can attend an open house with lots of other kids from all over the country and all over the state. But regardless, when you go on a visit, please make sure that you get a tour of the campus, that you get to speak with an admissions counselor and a financial aid counselor. Those 3 things will start to give you a general sense of what the campus is like. And if you have specific questions about how financial aid works at that school, starting those conversations early is always the best thing. And then if you're able to, please sit in on a class, meet with the professors in the department of your interest. If you can, stay overnight in a residential hall and eat in the dining hall. I will tell you, insider secret, the food is always the best at open houses. And on a day-to-day basis, it's not always that good. So if you can be there on a normal day and you can eat in the dining hall, then you really get a sense of what the food's like there. But if you're also interested in athletics, please make sure that you have a chance to meet with the coach and maybe even meet other students that are on the team. This is your chance to ask tons of questions, and please make sure that you do. Most tours will be geared toward the student. So mom and dad, this is kind of your time to let the reins loosen a little bit and let your son or your daughter start asking questions. But feel free to jump in if there is something that you really have burning questions about. And make multiple visits. If there are 2 colleges that you are really strongly considering and you just don't know how you're going to choose, keep visiting. You can go back as many times as you want. And college is a huge investment, so it's really important that you are putting your money into a place that you really love and that you are excited to attend. Now, some business aspects of this. If you schedule a campus visit on a school day, please make sure that you have the visit authorization form before you go. I will sign off on it and Ms. Stewart will sign off on it in the fall. And this is how your day will be counted as an excused absence. This is a new policy that we started implementing loosely last year, and it's gaining momentum this year, but please make sure that you come see the college and career advisor for that visit authorization form before you go. You can also download it on the College and Career Advising page that is on our district site. And lastly, just a little blurb about financial aid, because the sooner you start thinking about it, the better. Now, if we return to that idea of our college list having about, or at least 5 colleges on it, it's important to have multiple different types of colleges on your list. So think 2 state-owned universities like IUP or Slippery Rock, and then 2 private universities like Juniata College or St. Francis or Point Park or Robert Morris, and then 1 more of your choosing to get 5 in the end. That's mostly because you will have a heart attack when you see the sticker prices of some private universities. But please know that nobody actually pays that amount of money to go there every single year unless your dad is a billionaire. The reality in the state of Pennsylvania is that state-owned colleges are not always more affordable than liberal arts colleges. Our financial aid offerings at state universities can be pretty limited. So there are students that are attending IUP with $15,000 or more left unaccounted for. And please don't think that I'm picking on IUP, because that's the reality system-wide. And usually you would expect to see that type of gap at a private liberal arts college, but that's not always the case. So like I said earlier, it's really important to cast that wide net so that you can get a varied portfolio of financial aid offers. You don't get financial aid unless you've applied to that college. So don't rule it out too soon, but definitely keep it in mind. Your cost of attendance, that gap that I referenced, will be established after you file your FAFSA and go through the general application process, and you'll get it sort of a month or two after you have been admitted. Now, you can start to estimate what your cost of attendance will be before you even apply. So you see on their net price calculators. Every college is required to have a net price calculator on their website. All you have to do is type net price calculator into their search bar, and it should be the first or the second option. Some of them will be really in-depth and ask for actual financial figures. Others will be a little more general and just kind of want a range of financial figures. Regardless, if you answer them truthfully, you will get a really good estimate of what it will cost for you to attend that college. So that's a great way to rule a college in or rule a college out based on financial aid estimates. Financial aid requires a lot of patience. Most students will finish their applications in around Thanksgiving or around Valentine's Day, and it will take about 4 to 6 weeks for you to receive a financial aid offer. So if you go through the process and you've applied to 5 colleges, please, please, please make sure that you receive financial aid offers and have time to think about each one of them before you enroll at any college or university. You have until May 1st of your senior year to submit an enrollment deposit. So take every day to consider your decision. Some dates to keep in mind: the FAFSA opens each year on October 1st. We host a FAFSA completion night every year in mid-October, maybe late October. So if this is your first time filing the FAFSA, please come to FAFSA completion night. We bring in our FIA partner, Julie Fontana, and she knows the application inside and out. So any question you have, she will be able to help you with it. Or if you have a unique family structure, she will be able to help you figure out which parent's information you should provide on the FAFSA. Also, next week, we are going to have a really in-depth financial aid overview evening with Julie. That is next Wednesday, April 7th from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. So if this is the first time that you're going through this process, please, please, please come that evening, and she will be able to give you far more information than I can this evening. All right, so this is my contact information. Please feel free to reach out to me through email or phone if you have more in-depth questions than we can talk about tonight. Ms. Steward's email is not yet set up for Central Cambria, but our phone number will be the same. So as long as you have that, you should be able to contact her at the beginning of next year. And also, please check out the College and Career Advising webpage. That's where you can find the campus authorization form, more information about the FAFSA, and things like ROTC scholarships. So you can find that on the district site under academics and then College and Career Advising.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dana Marcus. I am the principal at Jackson Elementary School within Central Cambria School District. I am also the Title I coordinator for the entire Central Cambria School District, as well as federal program coordinator, which Title I falls under. Tonight is our parent involvement night for all Central Cambria families and friends. This is your Title I session. I'm going to be sharing my screen, going over a lot of information regarding Title I, what it entails, how it's set up, how we're using those funds, most importantly, how we're using those funds to provide for your students. Increasing student achievement is our #1 goal. So I'm going to be sharing my screen. I'm going to be going over a lot of important information. Again, if you have any questions, concerns about our Title I program, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. I'll make sure you see where my email address is by the end of the presentation, where to contact me, how to contact, and then I'll be able to answer any questions. And if I don't have the answer for you, I'll be sure to find that information accordingly. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to share my screen. You should be able to see my face still, but I'll be looking over at our other monitor for the presentation. Okay, you should be seeing my screen now. If you were invited to this Title I Parent Involvement Night, you should have received this information. So I'm just going to go ahead and read through this information, and then we'll get started. Hello, Central Cambria family and friends. I hope this letter finds you and your family safe and healthy. During a regular school year, our Title I team hosts an annual Title I Parent Involvement Night. Due to COVID-19 and specific guidelines from the CDC and Pennsylvania Department of Health, our annual Parent Involvement Night will now be placed in a virtual format. On Wednesday, March 31st, 2021, Central Cambria School District will be hosting a Parent Involvement Night. Myself, Mr. Dane DeMarcus, will be hosting a presentation on CCSD Title I services via Google Meet, which is this right now. The Title I information and family events. So this is kind of a two-part presentation. One, I'll be giving general information on Title I services here at Central Cambria School District, both at Jackson and Cambria Elementary. I will be sharing my PowerPoint that we will be going over. Next, we are also kind of doubling, this is our Central Cambria School District Family Literacy Night. In this form, you may click on this for activities and fun. A couple different things. One, our Title I teachers, who I will explain later, made a nice family activity for you guys to accomplish that has 4 different activities for you, as well as I have a nice message from our Title I teachers right now explaining the activity. And then I have a message link to from their open house just explaining what Title I services they have. So finally, our Title I school-wide program includes all students at Cambria Elementary and Jackson Elementary. This program includes small group instruction, pull-out, tutoring, and classroom help. To better serve the students of our school, we would like your opinion about your child's experience in our school-wide Title I program. Your time, comments, and suggestions are greatly appreciated. All responses are completely anonymous. So when you're done with this information, I would like you to please click on this survey, which I will be sharing out for you to please fill out the survey. Again, it's going to drive our instruction, what we can do as a district to get better to making sure we're meeting the needs of all your students. We also would like to give a special thank you to all families who have helped our students grow academically and emotionally during these unprecedented times. Without your help, we would not have been so successful. Thank you again for your help. Please let me know if you have any questions or concerns regarding Title I services. So that's just kind of the overall agenda for tonight. I'll go over some important information, go over our PowerPoint, and then get into our Family Literacy Night. So I'm going to go ahead and jump over to our Central Cambria Title I information PowerPoint. I'm going to go ahead and present this so you see the whole entire screen here. Okay, again, my name is Dane DeMarcus. I am the Title I Federal Programs Coordinator for Central Cambria School District. We have 2 schools in our district, Cambria Elementary as well as Jackson Elementary. In a normal school year, which I will get into on why we changed a couple things up, our normal Title I teachers at Cambria Elementary are Mrs. Gibson, Mrs. Carbonara, and Mrs. Semmelsberger. The Title I teacher at Jackson Elementary is Mrs. Forcellini. I will get into a little bit more detail of how we position them according to face the challenges with COVID-19. Okay, So what is a school-wide Title I? What is Title I? Title I is a federal program amended by the Every Student Succeeds Act, also known as ESSA, which provides money to educational agencies and schools with high percentage of children from low-income families. The program is intended to help children meet the challenging state academic standards. Cambria and Jackson Elementary School both receive Title I funding and support. I will get into explain the difference. We will talk about a school-wide program versus a targeted program here in a second. Okay. First, we're going to talk about how do Title I teachers support Central Cambria students? What do they actually do? We get all this funding. Where does it go? So Title I funding, very quickly, not on this slide right now, but one, you can use Title I funding for resources for students, whether it be books, educational apps, technology, different things like that, or you can use the funding on actual teachers for salary and benefits. In our particular case at Central Cambria, we feel that teachers are more valuable, and we use our Title I funds for our teachers. Now, do we use all our Title I funding for that? No, but most of the funding does go to teachers because we feel that they can reach out to more students and we can become more successful with the help of a human. So, jumping back to this, how do the Title I teachers support Central Cambria students? Number one, the Title I teachers provide reading interventions with small groups of children in grades K to 5. So usually we'll not see a large Title I teacher teaching in large group setting. They are specifically small group where we can be very detailed at differentiating our instruction to meet the student's needs. All children can receive the benefits of a Title I services because the district qualifies for a school-wide title funding. So let's touch base about what that means, school-wide title funding. So there's two types of funding in Title I. There is a targeted and there is a school-wide. Targeted means it is only for specific students that qualify based on their low-income families. Central Cambria, Jackson Elementary, and Cambria Elementary both hit the threshold to become school-wide title funding, meaning we get funding for the entire school. So it does not matter. All students in grades K to 5 will qualify for Title I support. In other districts in the area, they are not school-wide, and those Title I teachers only can work with specific students for educational achievements. Okay? They also help with many different forms of assessments through the school year. They track and organize reading data. One of the most important parts of Title I services are tracking where our students are reading at, how they're doing, and how we can drive our instruction based on that data. Data analysis is one of the most important things that our Title I teachers do to drive our instructions. The next point is super important. The reading specialist, Title I, will work very closely with the classroom teachers to help meet the needs of the students. Every Title I teacher has a fantastic rapport and relationship with our staff. They collaborate, they communicate on where the students are at, how they're reading, where their strengths are, where their weaknesses are, and we are a giant team of supporting your students there. So if your student is struggling in reading in a general education setting, they will be seen by a reading specialist, a Title I reading specialist for that small group intervention. So I'm going to get to the next slide and kind of touch base on that. Okay. Who receives school-wide Title I services? Again, under the school-wide program, all students are eligible for that extra support. So how does that model kind of look? The reading specialists, along with AmeriCorps teachers, will provide extra reading support during RTI and, in a lot of cases, guided reading. So that RTI, response to intervention, or guided reading are, again, small group reading. Think of it as a SWAT team approach to where our Title I teachers will specifically go to kindergarten, be able to work with our neediest students, potentially working with students at similar ability levels so we can instruct them on a differentiated level to where they're all reading on the same level. They'll go into kindergarten, work their way to first, second, third, fourth, and fifth, all supporting our students in a reading focus. Again, the reason for the small group is we can then hone in on their specific needs, their specific weaknesses, and then alter our instruction to accommodate for their needs. Okay. These groups will change throughout the year depending on the needs of the student. For primary grade, support is also provided in guided reading, just like I said. But your student might not always work with the reading specialist. Our teachers and educators in our building are all qualified, which I will get into in a little bit, are all qualified to educate your students. So if that group, your student is working with your homeroom teacher, that's perfectly fine. They're in a group that they should be there. If then it might rotate into the reading specialist, depending on the need that they're working on, the skill maybe for that rotation. Just know that it could change. They could be working with our reading specialist, Title I, or their homeroom teachers. Okay. Talk a little bit about assessments that we use in a school-wide Title I. The biggest two things are running records and DIBELS. Our running records that we use are an assessment called Fontes and Pinnell. They're administered roughly 3 to 4 times a year to show a benchmark. A benchmark is where they should be expected to be reading. The Fontes and Pinnell assessment is the students will read a story. The reading specialist, Title I specialist, will be checking for accuracy on those words as well as words per minute. Then they will be engaging the students in a comprehension question, where they are very, very detailed questions that start from understanding Webb's depth of knowledge with text-to-text questions, text-to-self questions, as well as text-to-world questions, thinking about the bigger picture and diving deeper into the text that they are reading for comprehension purposes. Based on the results of the test in regards to accuracy on words, words per minute for fluency, and comprehension, they will move up, A starting the beginning all the way to Z for those books. A great thing that we've been doing for Title I, we've been, with using Fontes and Pinnell as our assessments, we have been able to now incorporate Fontes and Pinnell based guided reading books to where now, if it is a level B book that they are practicing on, it is going to be the level B book. They are very well aligned. In the past, we have not had that to where we've had a different types of manufacturers in our books with different lexile levels, different things in that nature. Now we know if we pull a B book off our shelves, we know it's an exact B book because it is aligned with Fontes and Pinnell that they will be assessed on. DIBELS is a standardized test given about 3 times a year. Will measure students' early literacy skills. Again, more data collection to drive our instruction. DIBELS more in the early literacy in the K1-2 region, again, working on those phonics skills. So those are the 2 assessments that our Title I support use to collect that data, again, to drive our instruction. Okay, so let's jump in a little bit to the Jackson and Canberra school-wide plans with COVID-19. And they looked a little bit differently. I touched base on the first part of the presentation where I wanted to kind of talk about, we talked about our 3 reading specialists at Cambria, 1 reading specialist, Title I specialist at Jackson. For COVID-19 purposes, our main goal was class size reduction. And what that meant is that we had to take 2 of our Title I teachers from Canberra and put them into a kindergarten to go from 4 classrooms to 5 to do the same for first grade. And then we hired a long-term substitute for second grade. The purpose of using our funds to position them into classroom was for that class size reduction, so then we can spread out to create social distancing. We felt that that was more beneficial, and making sure that we were to accommodate 6 feet of social distancing at all buildings. At Jackson, we did not have to do that based on our class size, so we were able to keep our reading specialist at full time. Mrs. Forcellini, our Title I teacher, is technically 0.75 or 3/4 of the time a Title I teacher. The other 25% of her time she doubles as a gifted teacher. Other parts of our school-wide plan, advisor K through 12. Our career advisor, Mrs. Zilch, did a fantastic job, and she assisted students in meeting career standards and career readiness of Chapter 339. If you're not familiar with Chapter 339, you can reach out to our guidance counselors, but it's just making sure students are ready for understanding career paths, career readiness, and understanding those career standards of what they need to be successful in their future. A lot of the career readiness standards in the elementary level are more of exposure of understanding, hey, what jobs are out there, those kind of avenues there. But again, some of our Title I funding went to a career advisor for K through 12, and specifically in the K to 5, where we push them into the classroom for those guidance lessons. Okay. A couple things for parent involvement too, where parents such as yourself can be involved in the Title I process. Usually things differ from year to year, but on a normal year, We usually have we have a couple sessions in the fall and in the spring. In the fall, we have usually a Title I information night where I myself will go over what's expected, what is Title I, again, kind of what you're engaging in right now. That's usually during the open house in August or September. Then in parent-teacher conferences, we usually have a Title I table set up for information, reading strategies that our Title I teachers share, and our Title I teachers actually go into some of our parent-teacher conferences when they've been working with your students to make sure we're providing for them. In the spring, we have a family literacy night. Again, last year it was kind of all virtual with Mr. Alan St. John. This year we had our Title I teachers, which I will get to in a little bit, explain kind of a couple activities for you to do at home regarding to increase literacy and family engagement. We also want parents to be a part of the school planning and collaboration. In our school planning plans, Canberra and Jackson each have a representative from the community that are involved in the planning process, making sure we are reaching out and making sure their voices are heard in what is going on and understanding the whole concept that we're trying to do with Title I funds. One of the most important things in which we will get to, I'll roll back to into our flyer, was the parent survey. That survey is critically important for you to write down what is working very well, where you would like to see improvements, and again, giving us feedback on how we can better our program. If you're also interested in serving on a committee, please let me know. Reach out to me and we can get you set up. There's many ways that you can be involved, volunteer in the district in regards to Title I services. So if you're interested in that, please reach out to me. Okay. Awesome. Just going to kind of roll through a couple things with the Central Canberra School District and Parent Compact. The School Parent and Family Compact has been jointly developed with parents and family members and outlines how parents and family members, school staff, and students will share in the responsibility to improve student academic achievement, and the means by which the school and parents and family members will build and develop partnerships to help their children achieve the state's academic standard. So I'm not going to take too much time. You may read through this, just understanding as a school what we are doing to make sure we are involving parents, students, and community members into all of our understanding of the Title I services, making sure we're providing a high quality curriculum and instruction, addressing the importance of communication between parents, whether that be parent-teacher conferences, frequent reports with letters home, using either Remind, Seesaw, any of our parent communication tools, reasonably access to staff, ensuring regular two-way communication, providing parents and family members opportunities to volunteer, treating each other's students with dignity and respect, striving to address the individual needs of each student, acknowledging that parents and family members are vital to the academic success, taking steps to provide a safe, positive, and healthy learning environment, assuring the school safety communicates clear expectations for performance of both students and parents and family members, and providing professional development for staff members, as well as parents understanding how we should be educating our students when they're bringing those guided reading books. Some tips for parent and family commitment: creating an atmosphere and support learning by conducting activities at home and continue the classroom learning. Again, you are that branch of the classroom, and to continue those activities and the strategies we are using for your kiddos. Volunteering in the classroom, participating in the decision making and the education of our children in a positive use of extracurricular activity time, attending school meetings and functions just like this one, communicating with the teachers by conference, phone, Seesaw, Remind 101, email, anything a way to communicate. Monitoring school attendance and school activities, making sure that homework is complete and accurate, encouraging student involvement in school activities, and reinforcing a positive behavior are just some of the parent and family commitments there. Some of the student commitments that we ask in the big picture of Title I: coming to school each and every day on time and ready to learn, making sure we're reading at home, completing homework assignments to the best of our abilities, taking time and returning necessary school papers and form, maintaining a positive attitude towards school, as well as teachers and staff, and being respectful to staff, faculty in the building. It's just for our student commitment. Okay, so you have a right to know information in Title I because we are Title I school. Your child attends Jackson Elementary or Canberra Elementary. which receives federal Title I funds to assist students in meeting state achievement standards. Throughout the school year, we'll be providing you with important information about this law and your child's education. You should be receiving information every single year with a right to know letter based upon the school year that you're going into. This letter lets you know about your rights to request information about the qualifications of the classroom staff working with your child. At Jackson Elementary or Cambria Elementary School, we are very proud that our teachers and feel that they are ready for the coming school year and are prepared to give your child a high-quality education. As a Title I school, we must meet federal regulations to teacher qualifications as defined by ESSA. The regulations allow you to learn more about your child's teacher's training and credentials. We are happy to provide this information to you at any time you may ask. The things that you can ask, whether the teacher met state qualifications and certification requirements for grade level and subjects, whether the teacher received an emergency or conditional certification through the state, and what undergrad or degrees the teacher holds. Those are all information and a right to know that you have that you can request at any time. If you have any questions about right to know, please feel free to reach out to me. Okay. All of this information you are seeing today is going to be on our website at sendcam.com. If you come to departments, go over here. If you come to departments, you'll see a drop down. It will go to Title I Home, and then you will see all of these informations to where we talked about the compact, resources that we have, events, all the way down to the right to know letters and school-wide planning. You will see two separate things for Jackson Jackson JES and Cambria CES. You will see two of each of those to be informed that they are two separate entities in the eyes of federal programming, and that's why you see two for each one of those. Again, all of this information is going to be posted on our website for you to have access to. Okay, these are just some nice resources that we thought we would share with you to make sure your students and students become better readers, and helping you as family members educate your students at home. Okay, if you have any questions, please reach out to me. I'll be more than happy. If I don't know the answer right away, I'll be more than happy to find that answer for you. And again, this is a huge team approach for us. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and jump back over to our Title I night, parent involvement night flyer. So a couple things. We just went over general information in the PowerPoint. A lot of that information, if you click on this one, that's going to take you to this document. This again posted on our website. This is 2021 Title I information. Please take a moment, kind of goes through what is Title I, what does it mean to be a Title I school, why are we Title I school, parent and family engagement, all the way down through. So if you have questions, concerns, a lot of that information can be found in there. Okay, so I have that information in the general information section. The Title I PowerPoint that you just saw a couple of minutes ago with all that information, again, kind of piggybacks off the general information flyer PDF there. Okay, now let's get into a little bit of the fun activities. So we have for you Family Literacy Night activities and fun. If you click on this link, it's going to pull up this PowerPoint. Okay, welcome to Central Cambria's virtual Family Literacy Night. I won't spoil too much of it from you, but there's a couple of activities for you. I'll scroll on to this one. One more actually. You are invited to participate in the following 4 activities with our Title I teachers: a Guess Who game, Jumble Up, Guess the Idioms, and a Scavenger Hunt, all for you to complete at home. And if you scroll through this PowerPoint, you will make sure you see how to play all of those games. Okay. If you're not sure about that, go ahead and watch this video from Mrs. Semmelsberger and Mrs. Porcellini, our 2 Title I teachers for this year. Mrs. Semmelsberger again at Cambria, Mrs. Porcellini here at Jackson. Be sure to check out this video. They go through, they introduce themselves, and they make sure you know exactly what is expected on your family literacy night. Again, I also have another video from them, Mrs. Semmelsberger and Mrs. Porcellini. This is from our open house night. They just kind of go over a lot of information from, again, what they're going to be doing, how they're working with your students, how you can reach out to them and get all that information, and making sure we're providing the best education we can for your students. Again, last but not least, if you could, please make sure you reach out and complete that family survey. Super important to us. Again, we get that feedback. It drives our instruction. It drives what we're doing for your kids, how we can make sure, again, we're providing the best educational experience for your kiddos at Jackson and Cambria Elementary. Okay, so that is all I have for you guys tonight. I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing my screen. Okay, that is all I have for you guys tonight. A lot of information, Title I, a lot of big things that have changed. And again, Title I funding can be used in many different ways. Again, it can be used for resources. It can be used for individual staff members. Central Cambria, we use a lot of that for staff members in Mrs. Forcelania Jackson, Mrs. Carbonera, Mrs. Gibson, and Mrs. Semmelsberger at Cambria, all to provide small group instruction for your kiddos to make sure, again, we're providing a great quality education and making sure we are building on their strengths and making them better readers and what's ultimately going to have them set up for success in the future in their academic and educational journey. Again, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask. My email is ddemarcus@sendcam.org, or you may give me a call at 814-749-8421. I'd be more than happy to walk you through any of the information that we talked about today, as well as if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Thank you for participating in Central Cambria's virtual family literacy, as well as Title I Parent Involvement Night, and overall Central Cambria's virtual Parent Involvement Night. I thank you so much, and I hope you all have a great evening.
So I'm here just to talk about the attendance and what attendance is and what it looks like, especially this year. I'll go into a little bit more detail on what the attendance looks like for this year and what it means and what a SAIP is. So we will go ahead and get started. And if you have any questions, like I said, just please interrupt. That's okay. Jump in. I would rather answer your questions while they're on the top of your head. So my name is Wendy Mikulich. I am the school social worker here at Central Cambria, and this is my second year with the district. So I just wanted to start out with some interesting facts. So I have the did you know if a student misses? This is something I like to go over in the student attendance improvement plan meetings that we hold. And they're just some statistics that were figured out. So if a student misses 1 day per 2 weeks, that equals 18 days per year, almost 4 weeks per year, and over 1.5 years over their 13 years of school. If they miss 1 day per week, that equals 36 days per year, almost 7 days per week, and over 2.5 years over their 13 years of school. If they miss 2 days per week, that equals 72 days per year, almost 15 weeks, or 72 days per year, almost 15 weeks per year, and over 5.5 years over their 13 years of school. If the student misses 3 days per week, that equals 108 days per year, almost 22 weeks per year, and nearly 8 years over their 13 years of school. So those are just some interesting facts. If you think about, oh, I only miss 1 day every other week, that really adds up over time. And missing that 1.5 year, if you're only missing 1 day per 2 weeks, that's 1.5 years of your schooling that you have missed from kindergarten through their senior year. So it's kind of interesting statistics to kind of start with. So when does attendance start to account for a student? So that's something that's called the compulsory school age, and that shall mean that the period of a child's life from the time the child's parent or guardian elects to have the child enter school, in which shall be no later than 8 years of age until the child reaches 17 years of age. This term does not include a child who holds a certificate or graduation from a regularly accredited, licensed, registered, or approved high school. So that just means like once you enter your student or your child into kindergarten, that's when they must go through school. That is, unless parents can decide to homeschool and go through that process or anything, but that would still be considered school for them. So we hold SAIP meetings to hopefully prevent truancy. So what does truant mean? It means that a student had incurred 3 or more school days of unexcused absences during the current school year. And then habitually truant means that the student has missed 6 or more days of unexcused absences during the current school year. And those are all the students that are subject to that compulsory school age attendance. And that information can also be found in our policies that's on our website. So what is a SAIP? A SAIP is the Student Attendance Improvement Plan, and that's a meeting that occurs in order to collaborate as a team to develop a plan to identify, address underlying causes of the absences. So this year, a lot of my SAIP meetings were students that were struggling, logging on virtually. Those kinds of things are things that I've seen this year. And just kind of giving advice. What can we do as a team? What is the underlying cause? What is the reasoning for missing the absences? Is it a motivational thing? Is it a medical thing? Is it, they're afraid to come to school? Is it just, not being able to get up in the morning? Those kinds of things are all things that usually come up in a SAIP meeting. And then what we do as a team is we kind of gather, with the parents, guardians, school members, and we kind of try to develop a plan to improve that attendance. So the SAIP meetings are scheduled usually whenever a student has the 3 unexcused absences. And an unexcused absence actually means that no excuses have been provided, or that a student exceeds 10 non-doctor's excuses in a school year for your secondary students, grades 6 through 12, or 14 primary students, which that's your kindergarten through 5th grade. So that just means that you're allowed the 10 or 14 parent excuses throughout the year, and then any other excuse has to be a doctor's excuse, and that's just in the policy. And those excuses need to be provided within 3 days of the absence. So that's when it becomes an unexcused absence. So when a student needs that doctor's excuse for future absences is after the 10 parent excuses or 14 parent excuses for primary are received. So we can hold a SAIP at other times. It's really whenever there are any concerns with the attendance by either the parent or guardian or the school staff. And who attends those meetings? Usually it's your school staff, so one of the building principals, myself, the school social worker, a guidance counselor, and really any staff that can provide input or help the student, especially if they have a good rapport with that student. The parent or guardian, and then any individual that the parent or guardian believes that is in a parental relationship or is just a resource for the student that can help the student improve their attendance. The student is there, although if we cannot get a hold of the parent or the student does not attend the meetings, the school staff can still hold the meeting without the parent, guardian, and or student. Obviously, it does work much better whenever the team comes together and we have the parent input and the students there as well, because the parent and guardian students can really provide that feedback to really get to the underlying cause of why the student is missing so much school and the absences. So we do prefer to be able to meet as a team, but we can hold it just as school staff. So what happens after a SAIP? So the SAIP happens and the student attendance approves, whatever the underlying cause is for, the motivation, whatever it may be, the student's attendance improves. So no other action is needed. We just kind of monitor that and usually praise the student, acknowledge that we see them coming to school and that we're glad to see them there. If a student misses another day but provides a doctor's excuse, again, no other action is needed. Just, doctor's excuses are fine. We have to go to doctors. Individuals get ill, those kinds of things. So what happens if we do hold a SAIP and neither one of those happen and there are more illegal or unexcused absences? The law actually states that for children under 15, the local children and youth agency is notified of the truancy, as well as the truancy is reported to the local magistrate and a fine is issued in the parent's name. And after the age of 15 through up to 18, that truancy is reported to the magistrate, but the charges go in the student's name at that time. Obviously, that's last resort and our non-preferred step. We prefer steps 1 or 2, where the student's attendance improves or they were ill or had to go to the doctors. So as a parent or guardian, what can you do to be proactive to ensure that, your students' attendance is where it needs to be? Obviously, if they're in school, they're learning more, and school is a little bit easier if you're there to hear the material firsthand with our teachers. So I usually, encourage to maintain a consistent schedule. This has been pretty hard this year with the hybrid, the online, and those kinds of things. So going back and forth, the consistency was not there. However, our education and our teaching was pretty consistent as long as the students were logging on to the virtual, which I know was very difficult for many of our students. And it's very easy to get distracted at home, especially, I'm going to go run to the kitchen, get something to eat, those kinds of things. So I just, encouraged putting notifications on their phone, those kinds of things, setting up at a table instead of lying in bed, those kinds of things were all things that I kind of encouraged this year. Still get up and go through your regular routines, get a shower, get ready in the morning if that's what you do. It will wake you up, set yourself up at like a desk kind of area for the day. Those things seem to help a lot through this year. But also as parents, be positive about the school encouragement. Encourage your child to go to school, encourage extracurricular activities. If a student is involved in those extracurricular activities, sometimes that's the motivation that they need to attend school on a regular basis. Communicate with your child to see why they do not want to go to school, and then communicate those concerns with school staff, guidance counselors, myself, administrators, the teachers, anybody you can really communicate those concerns with, and we can get to the bottom of that and make accommodations, talk about it, really find out what that underlying issue may be. I also encourage limiting the electronics at night. I do this for my own children. I found out that they were staying up very late. So now they have to charge their devices. They have a timer set on their devices, and when that timer goes off, they actually have to leave their room and plug in their electronics into a different room. So I always set a time. Our time is 9 o'clock. I have young children, sometimes 10 and, whatever time that your family decides, but then have them charge those outside of the bedroom. And then if you are having a difficult time with your student coming to school, missing class, a lot of parents work and aren't there when their students get on the school bus or come home, so they're not sure if they skip or not. But just have that clear consequence if the student does skip school. Do we have any questions so far?
No, I'm learning a lot. Thank you.
You're welcome. So my name is Wendy Mikulich. You can find me on any of the district websites under contacts. You can also call any of the school numbers. My extension is 5006. You can email me. If you would ever have any questions or concerns, you can call me, give me questions, whatever, even if it's not about attendance, that's okay. I do have the references here. Everything that I went over with the policy, that's all found in our policy 204 on our website as well. So like I said, this year looked a little bit different. Attendance, I'm going to stop presenting here and go back to the meet. There we go. So the attendance this year was counted by period. Usually we just do AM and PM attendance, but this year we did period by period. So the teachers would mark the student either present or absent. So what that looked like for attendance this year, which is a little bit different, was that if a student missed 4 or more classes in a day, that was considered a full day, and then 1 to 3 classes was considered a partial day. And that meant that the student was on their camera. If their camera was not turned on, we preferred that the cameras were turned on just so that the teachers could see if they were engaging, that they were present, that they were listening, taking notes, whatever. And if the camera was not on, teachers would have exit tickets, ask questions, those kinds of things, just to ensure that the students were kind of paying attention. And if those answers were not, if those questions were not answered or in chat or by unmuting, whichever the case may be, then the student could have been marked absent. So then the student had 3 days to watch the recording and turn in the assignment for the day. So as long as the student would watch the recording and turn in the classwork assignment for that day within the 3 days allotted for middle and high school and 2 days allotted for the elementary school, then they were not marked absent. But if they did not complete the classwork or attend class at each period, then they would have been marked absent. So that was a little bit of a different kind of attendance policy that we kind of put together for this year, just for the virtual learning environment. Obviously, if the students were in class, then they were marked present. So it looked a little bit different. Does that help clarify some things, maybe with how we were keeping track of the students, marking their attendance, those kinds of things?
Yeah, definitely. I was wondering about that.
Okay. Yeah, every period, the teachers 1 through 9 marked them present in their class periods so that we could keep track and even see patterns, like maybe the student missed periods 4 and 5 every day. Well, where are they? Oh, they're in this class. Maybe they're struggling in this class. So let's reach out to them and kind of, ask what's going on, those kinds of things.
Right.
So, and we would reach out to, individuals. So many circumstances happened this year, obviously, internet. So if individuals were having connectivity issues, they would contact the school. We would talk through those, give different advice, for what you case by case scenario. I think we were pretty good with internet service. Most of our student population was able to access internet for the majority of the school year, with only a few that needed some specialized services, those kinds of things. But all in all, it did pretty well. So do you have it, like, what kinds of things were you encountering?
Just about everything that you said. Not motivated to go to class. And then, trying to figure out why certain classes were being missed and things like that. The internet, I had to upgrade. I just upgraded because I work from home too. So there were so many devices connected. My husband works from home too, but he has his own business line. So we were like all in the house with different types of internet connections. So that was a challenge for a little while, and then I just upgraded it. And then using that stuff for an excuse sometimes.
Right. Well, the internet went out. So I honestly had the same experience at my house in March when we were all virtual. I
caught on.
I had one first, second, third, and fourth grader, and every day between like 9 and 10, my internet would go out. Like every day, it was like clockwork. Like we would know, like if there was any meetings, we would freeze and the internet would go out. So we upgraded, and it still continued.
Oh.
And so they actually like ran some tests and realized that it was something that how they had my internet like sent to my house, and they had to click and unclick some buttons, and then it's worked perfectly fine since then. But it was.
I'm glad you found it.
Right. It was definitely. And then they said that my router was old too, so they sent me a new router, and they said that was probably part of the issue too. I learned a lot about internet.
Yeah, right.
So how is everything now that we're back? Like, are you?
It's better, but it's still tougher than it was before. I mean, you get into a good routine, and then this comes along. My son's in 7th, so it's hard socially too. He's an only child, so like missing all that interaction, I think, is going to affect him a little bit in the long run.
Right. Now, was he able to, like, I know for that age, like video games, I encouraged my son, and I never thought I would encourage my son to play video games to interact.
Yeah, he did interact on video games. Maybe a little too much.
That, I think, was staying that connected, though, was almost important. So like I said, not that I would always encourage video games, but during the pandemic, I definitely encouraged that interaction.
Right.
And it seemed to work a lot. Like I said, that motivation, hopefully we're on the uppity up and we stay face to face, but just setting up that space, I know I had to do it. Whenever we went in March unexpectedly, and the majority of my days were from home, I still had to go out just because the nature of my job and things, making sure that everybody had what they needed. But just setting up that space, like I had to put a desk, and I still had to get up, and I had to get ready to, like, I was going to work just to stay like motivated and on top of things.
Yeah, that's almost. I've been working from home for like 7 years, from Pittsburgh, and that's one thing you have to do is just act as if you're going into the office, because if you don't, the next thing you know, you're in your PJs all day. So
right. So you were
kind of
you had a little bit more experience on that end than we did.
Right.
I never
Right.
had the experience to work from home, so it was definitely different.
Right.
And
For
I'm a
sure.
people person, so it was a little bit different. Not
Yeah, that
seeing,
would be rough.
yeah, I'm a social butterfly, which puts me right in my job. I like working with people, so.
Oh, great. Good.
Is there anything that you feel or have questions that, we could have done differently, or,
I don't think so. I think you guys did an excellent job. Impressive, for sure.
Well, thank you. I would have to.
Thanks much for your time.
You're very welcome. And if you have any questions ever, like I said, you can reach out to me. Okay?
Okay,
Well,
absolutely will. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for joining me.
Bye.
We go. Okay, so welcome everyone to the second session of Full Steam Ahead. We hope that this one will be as exciting as the first one. I'm going to share my screen and present our slides, which are clear at the end. There we go. Okay. All right, go ahead, Adrienne.
All right, so I'm pretty sure, I think everybody here knows me. I am Adrienne Hoffman. I am the elementary STEAM teacher for both Jackson and Cambria. And I am also a Google certified educator, level 1. I'm working on the level 2 one now. And if this was last year, I would put on there that Cambria Elementary had a news crew, and I was in charge of that. But this year, because of COVID, we weren't able to have that. So hopefully next year I can add that back to my list.
Awesome. And you took some of those NASA Endeavor courses too, right?
I did. I actually just finished. I am a, NASA certified STEM educator now. So, woohoo! Thank you, Heather, for recommending that.
Yeah.
Which I love all things NASA. I mean, if you ask any of the students from, I think, second grade up, every time I see them, I update them on the Mars rover and what's happening on the Mars rover. So yeah, all things NASA now.
Yes, I'm following it on Twitter.
Yes, me too. Me too.
So it's very exciting.
It is.
Yeah, we both did that program. I did it as part of my master's degree, but it's great that NASA is investing in educators like that. So, yes. So my name's Heather Niebauer. I am a Project Lead the Way instructor at the high school, the AP Capstone program instructor. I'm also gifted support from 6th through 10, and I coach robotics, First Lego League at the middle school and First Tech Challenge at the high school. Recently, I was selected as a Pennsylvania STEM ambassador. So I'm doing some advocacy work with other ambassadors from across the state of Pennsylvania. So tonight we're going to talk to you a little bit about what's going on in terms of STEAM at Central Cambria. So Adrienne's going to talk about elementary, and then I'll talk about secondary.
All right. So this year, let me just preface by saying that this was a crazy year. A lot of the things that I have done in the years past, I was not able to do because of COVID restrictions. So hopefully next year you'll see a lot of new things that maybe you haven't seen before that we can bring back. But this year for the primary level, so K1 and 2 students, we were able to still do a lot of things, just more independently than that collaborative experience that I wanted them to have. So we did science investigations. So, we're talking about what a hypothesis is, making our own hypothesis. You can see in some of the pictures there, kindergartners, they made oobleck for Dr. Seuss Day. So we talked about the properties of a solid and a liquid, and we made a hypothesis of what it was going to be. We did the experiment. We had to, talk about how scientists have to follow the experiment to the T, so they get the same results. And then also another experiment that you see on there was we melted Skittles recently to talk about the color wheel, to talk about, what is actually happening with the Skittle whenever we pour that hot water on it, and how the food color and the sugar shell is melting and things like that. So we did do some science investigations. We also focused a lot on just brief engineering challenges where I either introduced or reviewed the engineering design process. We follow 6 steps at the elementary level where, you identify the problem, you plan out a solution, you sketch it, you build it, and then you retest. You test and test and test and revise. And one of the main things we really hone in on here is it's okay to fail. It's okay to not get it right the first time. How can you revise it to make it better? What do you do after that? And the students are really doing very well with the whole failure aspect. A lot of them wanted to work the first time, but really, thinking along the lines of how an engineer has to kind of revise and redo, they're doing excellent. So, we do build little structures. You can see for Dot Day in December, or in September, sorry, they made structures out of the Dots candies. Right now, my second graders are building a parachute that will parachute down a Marshmallow Pete for Easter time. First grade, are building Easter baskets out of pipe cleaners. So just engineering challenges, building, creating solutions to these problems that we see. And then a lot of this year, especially when we were virtual, we spent coding. So I introduced what block coding is to the students, and we used something called Tinker, which is an app on all the students' iPads. It is a free app that the students can have. And I took some games from something called Hour of Code. It's something that we do every December to celebrate computer science, and we started as early as kindergarten. And just showing them, what coding is, why it's important. And we start with block because it is the easiest type of coding, where I teach them, it's just puzzle pieces, where it tells you what each piece does, and you just put it together like a puzzle, and it will have the computer do what it is you want it to do. So we did a couple different games with that, and the students, I put it on Seesaw, and the students are still playing it sometimes coming into class, so I know that they enjoy that. And then moving further into coding, we took it one step further, and I love robotics, and just getting that into the hands as soon as possible. I think, the students really grasp easier whenever they get up to the higher levels. So we have 2 types of robots that we use at the primary level, something called B-Bots, and you will see in the picture there, it is basically a bee, that's a robot. You don't need an iPad, you do not need a Chromebook for any of that. It's just the B-Bot itself. And what it is for this activity, it was done in December, and they had to code the B-Bot using the arrows on its back to go through the maze to pick up all the pieces to make a snowman and then get to the finish line. So they were able to correlate what the block coding was to the coding on this robot to get it to move. And then we also use something called Cubelets, and I have that on my list for hopefully the school to buy for next year. We were lent them for a couple of weeks, but Cubelets are little magnetic blocks, and they're basically circuits. And whenever you put them together, that's whenever they perform a job. So we use them with first and second grade, and we started with just can you make it move? And then we went into, can you use 3 blocks to make a flashlight? And then we went up to, can you make 4 blocks to make a lighthouse and have it move and spin around? And you will see there in that picture, that was my first graders showing off their lighthouses. So just, getting that robotics and figuring out how things work, you put them together to make different programs and things like that. And then last but not least, for our primary grades, we did something called Breakout EDU. And for K and 1, we did this only online until we were able to, be collaborative and work together on this. But basically, it's like an escape room, only instead of trying to escape the room, you have to open the locks and break into the box. So there are some on Seesaw that students are like, I know the answers, but I want to continue working on it again and do it over and over again. And I'm all for it because I love this. But they have to use their problem solving skills to solve a series of puzzles to unlock each lock to get to the end. Second and third grade right now, they are working on the actual physical box. We were given the okay to work together as a team. So they are able to figure out the code, actual unlock each and every lock, to break into the box to get to their solution. So Breakout EDU is excellent for problem solving, collaborative, kind of talking about, how to solve something. And that's what we've done at the primary levels. Again, it hasn't been as much as what we've done in the past with collaborative and team building, but we're looking at getting some more, build up for next year as well. So if you want to move on to intermediate, thanks, Heather. So at the intermediate level, we've done basically the same thing as the primary level with the same concepts, but we're just making it a little more intense. So the older students, they're doing a multi-class engineering challenge where it takes maybe 1 or 2 months. My third graders just got done this week with their moon landers, where they had to build a moon lander to land on the floor on the moon with an astronaut successfully inside. We researched the moon landing of 1969, looked at different moon landers, and it took them about a month to do that challenge. My 4th and 5th graders are working on their second month of their challenge, where my 4th graders are building a fidget tool, a new fidget tool, to kind of combat the Pop-It fidget tool that just came out. So they're building their own. And then my 5th graders are doing something very cool because they are building a new iPad case for my iPads. And a sales team at Verizon are going to be looking at them and choosing some winners. And the 5th graders will then have a chance to go to the middle school, high school, and work on Tinkercad and 3D printing that case that they built. So that's a pretty neat conclusion wrap up to our engineering challenge that they're working on right now. Also, our intermediate grades have worked a lot on computer science this year, being individual. And we do something, we use code.org, which is what I talked about earlier with Hour of Code. It is a free website. There's a lot of different games you can get on there and practice your coding, block coding, JavaScript, anything like that. But the new one that I use this year and the students really enjoy is something called Google CS First. So Google basically jumped on the coding bandwagon, and they created their own coding platform, and they partnered with Scratch, which is another coding site, and it's completely free as well. But you are starting from scratch when you're building something. So my students, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, they had to animate their own names. They had to learn how to put their names on there, figure out what their names could do, add backgrounds, add animations, and share them with everybody. And that took them about 2 months to work on because they did start from scratch there. And then we're also working on robotics, continuing that coding as well. We do use different robotics than what my primary age students do. As of on Tuesday, we are getting Ozobots to use, which you can see in the picture, the top picture there. It's just a robot that follows the different colored markers, so you can program it to work that way. We have in the past used Spheros, Dash and Dots, which I'm hoping to again use next year when we have more time. And then we are going to be getting something called Makey in May for my 4th and 5th graders to use. And they are just circuit boards that you can do different things with and program the computer and things to do. So those are the robotics that we're using. We have used drones before. My 5th graders last year used drones, and because of COVID restrictions, we couldn't do that this year. But I took a class over the summer where I received 6 more drones. So now we are up to 12 drones, and I'm hoping that 5th grade is able to use those drones next year as well. It was a lot of fun learning what drones are, how they use them, why we use them in the real world. So just looking at doing that next year as well. And then the last thing, just very quickly, I touched upon it quickly with the primary students, but breakout EDUs, as you can see in the one picture, that's my third grade. As of yesterday, they were doing this challenge. It was all about Hansel and Gretel and having to break into the box to get the map home. And they loved it. They should hear the cheers of screams and successes that they have. So it is a lot of fun. It's every year is changing. I might not do the same kind of things next year. I might. It all depends on what we have available to us. But I already have thinkings going on for next year as well. So it is a lot of fun, and the students really are responding well to the STEAM aspect and concepts.
And I can say that I have a fourth grader who was super excited to show me her animated name. She was super excited to fidget device, and I know she'll be thrilled about the drones. So
Yes.
Exciting. All right, so I'm going to talk a little bit now about what's going on at the secondary level. At the middle school, we have Project Lead the Way courses in our tech ed and 8th grade science. So in 8th grade science, the teacher is Mrs. Krista Templeton, and this is just a portion of her course, the Project Lead the Way part, but it focuses on energy and the environment, and it focuses on the study of the human impact on the environment and various forms of energy, so renewable and non-renewable, sustainable. Students learn about the law of conservation of energy and forms of energy, heat transfer, but what's important to note is that it's not just that they learn about it, but they're applying it. So this is very collaborative. It's they work in cooperative groups, they become engineers and explore the engineering design process. And that's the kind of critical thinking and problem solving that they're building skills that they will take with them when they enter the workforce, college, or technical school. In our tech ed courses, those are taught by Mr. John Lamarck. And in 6th grade, students take Design and Modeling 1, and they apply the design process to solve problems and to understand the influence of creativity and innovation in their lives. They use design software such as Tinkercad to create 3D models of their designs, and they produce real-life solutions. They build on that then in 7th grade in Design and Modeling 2, where they use that same process and same design software, Tinkercad. They create those 3D models, and then they'll use our laser engraver or 3D printer to apply those and print their designs. In 8th grade, this is a little bit more where they're learning about mechanical systems. So they trace the history, development, and influence of automation and robotics. They learn about mechanical systems, energy transfer, machine automation, and computer control systems. And they do this using the VEX robotics platform. They'll program things that they would see in the real world, traffic lights, toll booths, and robotic arms. Then we have a pretty vast elective catalog at the middle school. And I'm going to talk about a few of the offerings that we have, but there are so many others, so many other courses that students can take and others that would qualify as STEAM. But I'm just going to, we don't have a whole lot of time, so I'm going to just talk about a few. So Science Olympiad is the first one, and then competition-based. Students can study and then compete in events that range from anatomy and physiology, meteorology, boom lever, and mousetrap vehicles to computer programming. And that's not a comprehensive list. That's just a few of the offerings. This is an elective also taught by our 8th grade science teacher, Krista Templeton, at the middle school. But we have the same program at the high school as a club. I think they meet a few times extracurricularly to get everything ready for their competition at the high school, and that is biology and anatomy teacher Lynn Wilson. I got to chaperone this trip pre-COVID to Cal U, where the students were competing, and their enthusiasm was fantastic. The range of activities they were able to compete in was wonderful. I'm just really glad that we have this opportunity for the kids. So next up is First Lego League, and this one's near and dear to my heart because I coach this one. It's also competition based. So we cover this during our elective period and then we compete. We were not able to compete this year because we were virtual during the time where we would have built and actually programmed the robots. But so in First Lego League, students work as a team to develop an innovative solution to a problem that's centered on the annual competition's designated theme. They work together, create their program or their project, and then they also build a field. They design and build a robot, and they build various attachments so that the robot's able to complete various missions on a playing field. This all culminates in a day-long competition where they participate in judging sessions for their robot design, their problem solution based project, and a demonstration of their team's core values in addition to those robot matches. And our students have really been very successful with this in the past. We've had 4 teams who've qualified for international invitationals, and they've traveled to San Diego. You can see in the picture in the bottom left. And we've gone to the University of Arkansas twice for an invitational, and then the team in the upper right-hand corner, they qualified for and competed at the World Championship in Detroit, Michigan. So we've had lots of success with that program, and we ended up building from there to a high school program that I'll talk about in a minute. So Adrian talked about SAIP EDU at the elementary. We have that as an elective course at the high school, or at the middle school, sorry. What the kids do there is they do start with some pretty challenging escape room projects, and then they create their own. It's a lot, I think kids learn a lot from creating that, the challenge for their peers as well as just escaping. So that course is taught by Laura Petro, and she does a great job. Kids love it. We have, I'm going to go out of order here. We have Intro to Electronics, and that's taught by Mr. Lamarck also. And the kids learn about electronic components and circuitry, resistors, capacitors, LED lights, and they also learn how to solder. And by the end of the course, each student assembles and solders an electronic project to keep. And now I'll talk about Operation Genius, which is something that I absolutely love. I'm so excited that this is offered to our kids. Carlene Ball is a 6th grade language arts teacher, and she teaches the Operation Genius elective. Students are able to explore their passion. Anything that they want to learn about, they can explore, learn, build, invent. To give you an idea of some of the projects students are working on this year, we have a student who created a clothing closet for our school. So the student worked with our district social worker to set up a space where students and teachers can donate clothes, and then families in need can access them. Another student wanted to, their passion is sports and activities. So that student's working with the director of the YPCC to organize a 3-on-3 basketball tournament. And the proceeds for that will go to refreshing the courts, the outdoor courts at the YPCC. Another student is interested in architecture. So he taught himself how to use modeling software to build a house, and is going to build a model of the structure he designed. Another student is learning how to animate. So it's just a great opportunity for our kids to spend time working on something that they're passionate about that maybe they wouldn't have had time during the school day to do otherwise. Okay, so on to high school. We have Project Lead the Way engineering courses at the high school also. We have Principles of Engineering, and in this course, students explore a broad range of engineering topics that include mechanisms, materials, structure, automation, and motion. Just today, actually, they spent a couple weeks building trusses out of balsa wood, and today they got to destroy those. So that was kind of fun. They were testing the safety that is required when we are building things. So we also have a civil engineering and architecture course, and these students learn the fundamentals of building design, site design, and development. They're using the software that's used in the industry, Autodesk Revit. It's one of the softwares used in the industry, but they're designing both residential and commercial projects. And in both of those classes, we are doing a lot of career exploration. So in the pre-COVID days, we would go and visit a lot of sites, but one advantage that has come from this pandemic is that we've actually kind of shrunk the world a little bit, and we've been able to interact with people and from far distances, things that we maybe wouldn't have been able to do in the past. So, so far they've been able to visit Penn State's College of Engineering's Design Showcase. We did that virtually. They were able to tour Miller Fabrication Solutions virtually and have a Q&A with some of the manufacturers from there. And most recently, students were able to work with a software engineer from Sorcery, which is just in the industrial park here in Evansburg. But it was great that we didn't have to travel. We were able to just hop on the computer and get an hour's worth of great interaction and collaboration. So the next course, Computer Integrated Manufacturing, that's one that we're hoping to offer next year. In that course, students will learn all about manufacturing. It's one of the specialization courses PLTW offers. Students will use CAD, computer-aided design, and computer-aided manufacturing software in order to design a program that a CNC mill will be able to run based on. So it'll take a block of material and create a 3D design. And they'll learn a lot about robotics in that course also. But speaking of robotics, next up is First Tech Challenge. And this is the robotics program at the high school. So we do a lot of things that involve robotics, but we also do a lot of community service too. So much so that the mayor of Evansburg contacted us because there was a person in need in town who wanted ribbons tied on the trees for pancreatic cancer awareness and was not able to do it herself. So our team was called on, and we're so happy to do things like that for our community and promote things that our young people are doing to make the community that supports them a better place. So, but I'll show you a little bit of this video to give you an idea of what kinds of things our kids are doing at the high school level. And to go back to the beginning. So a match is about 2.5 minutes. The first 30 seconds is autonomous. So everything that the robot's doing now, shooting discs into that goal and delivering these game pieces and all of the movement it's making was all pre-programmed. So we just push one button and it does all of this based on the work that the students have done in the past. And that's the first 30 seconds. When that time elapses, then we go into driver controlled. And so the drivers are picking up their controllers, and now the goal is for them to gather as many of those discs as they can. And they have various goals on the playing field. So if they get the discs into the high goal like they did there, that's how they score the most points. So that's usually what we're aiming for. Oh, okay. So we also offer some computer science courses. That 2 years ago we had 0, and this year we were able to offer 3. So, well, we started last year, but this year we're up to 3 computer science. Our students learn the programming language Python. We have AP Computer Science Principles, and students learn the foundations and the global impact of computing, and they continue that problem solving with Python. Then they move on to AP Computer Science A, which is strictly programming in Java and JavaScript, but Java and JavaScript are totally different. So we actually use Java for First Tech Challenge robotics also. So AP courses in math and science. We offer AP courses in all disciplines, but in math and science specifically, we have AP Statistics, AP Calc AB, AP Calc BC, AP Bio, Chem, and Physics. And then we offer the AP Capstone program, which is new this year. So that program consists of 2 courses, AP Seminar and AP Research. Those are included on here because those, while the students will do a lot of academic reading and research and a ton of writing, they will be doing that under any topic. Right now, my students are working on a project that involves the economics, science, and social implications of the fast food industry. So it's pretty cross-curricular in terms of material that they'll cover. All right, so questions. We left you a whole minute to ask questions. I apologize for being long-winded. And I also want to point out that if you do have any questions moving forward, you can feel free to reach out to either of us or anyone really, and we'll make sure that your question hits the right person. But
yes,
yeah, our contact information is on the district website too. So, all right. Well, you all were a fantastic audience. Thank you very much.
If
Yes, thank
Heather,
you
if nobody
for
has any
coming.
questions, I do want to add how fortunate we are to have Mrs. Niebauer and Mrs. Hoffman as a father of daughters myself, and a person who's an advocate for STEM education, hands-on education. We always talk about we want to get girls, women entering STEM careers, and we are fortunate at Central Cambria that our 2 STEAM experts happen to be our female teachers, and do an outstanding job. And we're looking to expand our offerings. As we talked about in the beginning there, we're gonna look at some other tech ed options, and Mrs. Niebauer is definitely going to be a part of that in some capacity. So we're definitely excited.
Thank you. Yeah, we are. That I love that this was titled "Full Steam Ahead" because that's what we're doing. Always moving forward and expanding and opportunities for our students. All right. Well, thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thanks.
Bye.
But this is the overall presentation that, again, it's just talking to parents, students, and teachers about dyslexia, and it seemed very appropriate for this evening. These folks have done a lot of research in the areas of dyslexia, and I just found it to be helpful. Again, we just sort of picked different components of it, but the whole presentation and link to it's included there. Okay, so am I good? Can you guys see it?
Yep.
Okay, thank you for that. So just an overall definition. Dyslexia is a specific learning disability that's neurological in origin. TED Talk did a nice job of explaining that. It's characterized by difficulties with accurate and or fluent word recognition and poor spelling. Other things that can come along with it is reading comprehension difficulties, reduced reading experiences, again, because of that time factor that is, kids are putting so much effort and time into learning those little things that it doesn't mean their time that they're exposed to learning narrows. It means that they're working so hard during that time. They're not producing as much as their regular ed peers. And it also talks about how it can impede the growth of vocabulary and background knowledge. Okay. This is just kind of hitting again. People with dyslexia have difficulties with learning, and dyslexia can run in families. I know that I go into a lot of meetings, and people are kind enough to share with me that some folks in their family may have struggled with similar things. Okay. What I liked about this one is dyslexia is a learning disability that cannot necessarily be cured or fixed. Again, it doesn't mean that kids can't be successful or distinguished and have super careers, but often it's a lifelong lifelong issue that kids are working with and dealing with. At the end, we won't get to it because I'm running late already because my technical difficulties are terrible. But there's a story about Piper, and I would encourage you to look at it. She is someone who is entering college, and she just kind of talking about her struggles, but that she's been able to be successful in many ways more than she ever thought. So I thought that was kind of cool, and that's a story about Piper there at the end. I know a lot of questions we get is how, as a parent, how can I help my child? How can I help for what's going on? I know that they're struggling. Their teachers are telling me they're struggling, but what can I do? And really, what we've been trying to focus on forever, but we're getting better at defining what our system looks like, is schools and parents working together and just understanding that having kids learn these different strategies and structures for helping them learn to read and move on educationally. It isn't something that comes easy. It's not a quick fix, but we have come along with some things and some strategies and interventions to help them out along the way. Again, we are really working on partnering with the dyslexia pilot folks from the IU, and Megan Horsch, Dr. Megan Horsch, she's given us some really great ideas. I think our teachers have done a really nice job, but it's just to help expand their toolbox a little bit. Okay. So just as promised, thinking about the complexity of reading, these next two slides sort of break it down. Of course, this is the simpler one. It's, when you're learning to read and phonics and sounds and putting all those things together to make it make sense, you have to decode the text. You have to have multiplied by that comprehension of language to get the reading, to gain reading meaning from the reading. And so, of course, that includes recognizing words, sounds, phonemics, plus the ability to understand language, to put those all together. But I really like the next slide. If you just take a look at all of those things that go together before skilled reading and fluent reading can happen, isn't that just, I think that's just a nice slide of putting everything together. All of those things have to come together for kids before they're able to become fluent readers. Okay. How are we doing so far? Anybody have any questions? Okay. Nope. Okay, thank you for that. So really, what's the treatment of dyslexia? Again, this is where we are focusing on trying to build our toolbox and getting better over time. Really, I wish there was a magic ball or an easy fix, but it's just really expert in the team teaching part of it. Expert teaching is part of it. I got to meet with some of our teachers who do this very well prior to today, and they were able to offer me some examples. And really, it's getting close. So I'll jump to those. I can come back. These are just some examples of things that they do. I hope they work so that you can see them. Every one of these with an underline has a link to it. So in case my technology is not doing well, you can go back and look at them. These Elkin boxes. You can tell me if it's coming up, please. Can you guys see that?
I can see a web page.
Okay. And can you see with the sheep there? Yes? Okay. So this is just a simple way when we start with kids. These little boxes, it's quite interesting, is when kids are able to put different sounds within those boxes allow them to do so many things. It allows them to say what sounds are in the word. It allows them to see them all put together. And then we've also been starting to use these a lot in the writing process, where kids are using these Elkin boxes, making words, stretching words, sounding out words. And then when they're going back to write, instead of maybe having to look at the word wall, they can go to their Elkin boxes and put those words together to make good, solid sentences. So that's just one example. Okay. Okay. And so the SNAP word cards, also when kids are just learning about words and sight words, and I'll share this tab instead. I like these because it pairs, can you guys see it? These are just some examples.
Yep.
Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. Okay, so what these do is, you can see, this is just the Pinterest page for it, and there's much better, but so they pair the word with a sort of a visual, all that, so we're getting that multi-sensory stuff in there too. So it's allowing kids, there's the I and think, and every one of these cards has a way on the back for the teacher to explain the word to the student, so that the students will then learn to know the word by the sight word, and then hopefully the idea is, of course, to take the picture away from the word. It's sort of a step-by-step process, that multi-sensory stuff. And these are, there's actions to go along with these too, that the teacher can work on with the student. And the other one I wanted to highlight, do you guys have some experience, I know that you do, with Words Their Way? It's really it's a nice way for phonemic spelling of kids, but it allows kids all to have their own spelling of where they are. And all that I did for this, I'll share this tab instead. So kids, they develop within their phonemic sounds and how they're developing their reading process little by little. But this is, I can't see if I can. So, but what this is showing is they have to work through word patterns. And let's say my daughter's Taylor, right? So she might be on just one of these, where I also have another daughter, Sydney, where she might be on short vowels. So it's just, you can see, I think it's really tiny there for you, but it starts with consonants, beginning consonants, final consonants, it moves into short vowels. So it's a progressive spelling list that we can individualize for all kids. I like that. The kids seem to like it too. And the other thing that the teachers were really letting me know the other day is when they're learning Words Their Way and they're spelling at their level with what makes sense developmentally for them, they're also able to use it in their writing. And that their writing, again, is coming along a lot better than we have before. So those were just some examples of what I wanted to do. Really, when we talk about teaching kids who are having troubles, we can call it dyslexia or phonemic awareness or processing disorders. These are just some things that we do along the way. So I just wanted to share those with you. Our teachers have many more things that this in their toolbox, but I just thought some of these were interesting and some that you guys would like to see. Okay, is my slideshow back up?
Yes.
Okay, so as promised, here's where, we just talked about a little bit about what we can do with kids who are struggling to learn to read and how intricate the process really is for them to learn how to read. But then we also recognize that somewhere along the way that parents are interested in looking for a diagnosis, or what does that diagnosis look like in school? So those are those next couple slides, and this is where Dr. Stifler has her expertise. So go ahead, Kira.
Hi, all. Good evening. I wanted to address evaluations that are completed whenever there are concerns with academic performance. Oftentimes we do have parents that will come and the question will come up, can you test for dyslexia in school? And actually, that's kind of a complicated question. While we do not diagnose dyslexia in school, what we do is conduct testing for special education services. And one of those disability categories that we look at when we're looking at kiddos that struggle with reading, math, or writing is specific learning disability. That testing that we do in school will not generate a diagnosis of dyslexia, but it will look at your child's academic performance compared to where they should be functioning to tell you if they do have a learning disability. From that point, then, I often tell parents, if you would like to see if there is actual dyslexia going on, while we can kind of monitor for the characteristics of it in school, we would then refer parents to go for a neuropsychological evaluation or to a specialist in dyslexia for additional testing to actually diagnose the term dyslexia. So I kind of explain it like it's we are the PCP or the primary care physician, but we would send you out to that specialist to do more in-depth testing if you would like to see if they actually are presenting with criteria that would qualify for dyslexia. Oftentimes we do have parents that will go on for that additional testing, and we obviously will take that into consideration when we're looking at specialized programming through an IEP. We try our best to meet the child's needs and do what we can in the classroom to address those deficits. But for the actual psychoeducational evals that we do in school, the actual disability category that we look at and would assign is specific learning disability in reading, math, or writing. So I hope that clarifies things a little bit. But we do try to always work with parents to get the information that, the parents are seeking, and most importantly, to try to address the needs of each and every student in school.
I'm sorry, Kira, if that's okay. We do have a list of outside resources that we've been building over time for that to happen. But I think it's important just one more time to mention that as I tried to start out with the video, I'll beat myself up about that all night, but there are varying degrees. So just because, some kids may be able to pick up some strategies and from the teachers in the Title I that we do all the time and might not need to get to the level of where they would need to be evaluated or need additional support services, but some may, and that's okay too. And we try to keep those things in mind. But we also have that outside evaluator list, which quite honestly came from a parent at Cambria Elementary who someone shared it with her. So we're just trying to build those outside resources too, because they're hard to find, those neuropsychologists.
They are. We are blessed because I was going to mention the parent helped us discover different resources out there that we can recommend parents go to. And Melissa did bring up a good point. We have had a couple situations where there may be an outside diagnosis of dyslexia beyond paper, but when we come back in and look at the child's performance, they may just be slightly under where they should be. So they're not showing that significant gap that would qualify for a learning disability at that point. Not to say that it may not surface down the road, but we do try our best to keep tabs on where each kiddo is. And when that gap gets significantly below grade level, oftentimes it is beneficial to do the testing in school to see if they qualify as a learning disabled student. Does anybody have any questions as far as the evaluation process in school for special education services, or any questions that I can answer as far as the testing? Okay, well, if you ever do, my name is Dr. Stifler. I work right alongside of Melissa, and I'd be glad to answer any questions for any of you or concerns if those happen to come up.
Yeah, and really, I'm trying to be cognizant of your time for the next session to be started. So I will share this presentation with all of you. There are there's some resources at the end, and again, links to some of the information that's in here. Yeah, please feel free to look at it. I welcome your feedback, because oftentimes, learning problems they're not just one and done. Oftentimes we see kids who struggle in different areas too, like Dr. Stifler was saying, not only in the reading, but they may struggle in writing and math as well. the actual official diagnosis, we've had some along the way. They're few and far between, but really in school, they would show up as the learning disability, and that's how we could address those. So again, there's the story about Piper at the end. I will share this presentation with all of you. And there's also some famous individuals with learning concerns. I think I like that for kids to know. Sometimes it builds them up that some people that are super famous struggle with the same things that they do. So that's really how I would like to end it. Anything else for us, or what are you guys thinking, or any last thoughts?
I have a question, and I apologize if I got booted off there, so you might have answered this already. But at what age does dyslexia typically present?
So is it okay if I jump in? Okay. So basically you can see some early onset of characteristics of dyslexia, starting as early as preschool, kindergarten, when they're doing letter identification, sound identification, those decoding skills that Melissa touched on. Oftentimes too, you may see reversals when it comes to writing, reading, the circle letters, as I refer to them, B, Q, D, P, you oftentimes will, see those reversed. Research has shown that actually up until age 8, those can be somewhat common when you're looking at kiddos learning to read and write and spell. And anything after age 8 that hasn't resolved is an indicator that this may be somewhat of a more permanent difficulty that they may have to learn to address. So you can definitely see some signs. But I will tell you that even early on in kindergarten, first grade, sometimes it's like horses at a starting gate. You'll see certain kiddos, maybe really lag behind, and then they'll take off and make really good gains in those certain areas. If you are seeing the decoding and the spelling issues and the reversals past, third grade, that may be an indicator that there is some true signs of dyslexia going on. But we always tell parents to, try any accommodations or interventions in those early years. We try to do the same at school. And then when that, like I said, that significant gap occurs, we do oftentimes think it may be beneficial to move towards testing. I hope that answered your question.
Okay. Yeah, and I have a couple more, specific questions to my child, which I'll probably just email offline at some point here in the future.
Sure, definitely. And anytime, we can help out with anything specific, you know how to get us. So we're glad to do that.
Yep.
I just wanted to add, I'm not a doctor, but just having Maya and going through the struggles with her, I noticed it was whenever she was starting to do poorly in science and math, not because she couldn't do the math problems, but because she couldn't read the math problems to do the math. So it wasn't a math issue, it was a reading issue. So that was another kind of indicator that, there's something going on whenever other classes were starting to drop because there was more reading involved.
Right. And that brings up a good point. When you're looking at math, it's typically broken down. Obviously, there's lots of sections of math, but in the early years, it's numerical operations, which are those addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. And then on the other side, you have your math problem solving, which a lot of that is reading the word problems, being able to actually decode and read it, comprehend it, and then understand what's being asked. So that is an excellent point, Elizabeth, as far as oftentimes you will see, the difficulty spill over into other subject areas when that extensive reading is required, which affects comprehension, which affects what's being taught in the course. So that is a good point. Any other questions or concerns?
Okay. It's right around 7:04. We very much appreciate your time today. Jess, even if you want to kind of call and talk to Dr. Stifler and I, we will gladly do that. I know Miss Sarah is working with you guys too, so we would love to do that and get any questions that you have out there answered. But okay. Thank you.
Have a good night, everyone.
It's always nice to see you guys. Take care.
Yeah, I was just going through that again. It's a very lengthy report. It was done for 3 separate buildings. You know, Jackson Elementary School had their own plan, Cambria Elementary had their own plan, and then the high school, middle school have their own plan. So it was kind of, there was assessments done at all the buildings, and a lot of those things that the trooper looked for, there's a lot of things I guess you don't want the public to be aware of and shared with, you know, some of the security features that we have in place. If that would get in the wrong people's hands, I think we all know what could happen with that.
That's kind of what I was looking for. I guess I don't know why I couldn't think of that. Getting it into the wrong person's hand. There's just some information that we don't want everybody to know. And there's a good reason behind that. I just couldn't think of how to say it. You just said it so simply. So thank you. We do have a Safe Schools Committee. It is about 22 people in the district. We meet, I don't know, Nate, what do you think? Like 3 times a year, have pretty elaborate discussions on things that we think maybe need fixed or updated, any kind of drills. This year, we've really been focusing on the evacuation drill. We are going to be doing that with the Emergency Management Agency. What they're going to do is they're going to come up and they're going to block the campus. I'm hoping to be able to pull the lockdown drill that day, like the actual button. I'm hoping that we can push it, the alarm's going to go off, and we will evacuate. And then they're just going to kind of tell us what they think we could do differently that would be safer or better. So I'm kind of excited to have that happen, see what goes on with that. A lot of the high priority hazards that we had to look at for this emergency operations plan was flooding, severe weather, armed intruders, nuclear power plant emergencies, bomb threats, bus accidents, hostages, fire and explosion, hazardous materials, and infectious diseases. Those are all of the things that we have to have a plan for. So it is incredibly elaborate. The state does require us to turn it in. So we do have plans for all of those. Active shooter training. I just attended one not too long ago with an ex-trooper, and I don't know what Vince's title was before. I'm pretty sure that he was he a investigator, Nate? I can't remember. He worked for the DA, I think.
Was it Vince Mock?
Yeah, was he a detective? I can't think of what his title was.
I believe so.
Okay, so I did a big training with them, and it was incredible. I was so engaged the entire time that I actually contacted them and asked them to come and train our staff in the fall. So I believe they are going to come in and train us on active shooter training. If you would have asked me in college if I would have had to even think about this kind of stuff, I never would have guessed it. It's not fun. It's unbelievable, but we would rather be prepared in any way we possibly can. I'm sure that you already know we have lockdown drills here at school. I know a few years ago during the Safe Schools Parent Involvement Night, the elementary wasn't really addressed, so I wanted to make sure that I did that tonight. I wanted to make sure I addressed it. But the way we started out in the elementary school is we start with this little book. It's really cute. It's called I'm Not Scared, I'm Prepared, and the kindergarten teachers read it with all of the students. And it's just about this little wolf, and he comes and scares the sheep, and it takes them through just the mindset of they shouldn't be scared. They just need to be prepared for anything that can happen. So we don't want any of the kids to be afraid when we practice those drills or anything like that. So that's kind of the purpose of that. I'm trying to think of what else. Officer Stohan, I wanted to mention, he visits all the buildings every day. So the students really know him and they feel comfortable with him. So if anything ever happens, we hope that, if the firemen would come or the EMS would have to come, a lot of little kiddos are still kind of very hesitant, especially in the gear. Like Tim, when you guys come up and get in that gear, and you can just see it on some of the kindergartners' faces, they're afraid. And the gear is very overwhelming to look at as a kid. But I feel like the more we're around and the more we do that, the less they'll be afraid. And the whole point is to make sure that they know that you're there to help them, not be afraid of them. Another thing is I wanted to talk about, and this is the last thing, our camera systems have been updated, and we have added so many cameras everywhere. I think we might only need like 2 more at Cambria. I don't know if I could have any more. We had a safety grant come through, and every administrator has like a 65-inch flat screen TV with every camera in the building on in their office all day, every day. I can tell you it was a huge adjustment for me. I'm kind of, I have a hard time focusing sometimes. So now I'm always looking at that to make sure, see what everybody's doing, what's going on. But it's really helped kind of get your brain more aware of constantly looking at that, seeing what's going on, always knowing what's going on. If there's somebody outside the building. And 911, they do have access to our cameras now, right, Nate? We corrected that this year.
That information was, I gave that to Greg Schilling, yes.
Yeah, I believe that our, I don't know what you would call Betwe. I don't know what kind of, they're not a tech company, but they're not a phone company.
No, they're more, I guess, an installer
An
for
installation, okay.
alarms, cameras,
That kind
security
of stuff.
systems.
Okay, so we had them go over to make sure if anything ever happens in our buildings, God forbid, 911 has access to all of our cameras in all of our buildings. So they would be able to see where anything's happening, and kind of keep in touch with the police to kind of tell them and lead them where to go. So that was just one thing. I know as a mom, that's one thing that always made me feel better as a mom. So I just thought I'd share that with you. But I just want to open it up for questions. I know we usually have a ton, but there's like 4 of you here, so I'm not that entertaining either. So if anybody has any questions, Melanie, Tim, Jess, Nate?
Not a question, but I wrote some things down here. I know Tim, Melanie, I know you have students in the elementary school. I'm not sure about Jesslyn, where her kids are at exactly.
They're at my building.
Okay, so maybe a lot of this stuff doesn't apply, but whenever your kids start coming to the middle school and high school, I know, Jen, you're probably aware of this, having your daughter come down there, but just implemented this past year too, having the backpacks. I don't think your school's doing this yet, Jen. I don't think so, but again, this is something to think about for the future, to keep in mind. Everyone has to have a clear or mesh backpack that we're able to see into, and if the kids are not bringing those, they have to be kept in their locker at all times.
I just bought 2 mesh backpacks this week.
All right, good.
Just came in yesterday.
Yeah.
So I am aware of that.
All right, good.
Needed one. She's in 10th grade, and Ethan will be going into 6th next year. So.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, until right now, I didn't have one.
But Nate, do you want to explain to them why we do that? Because a lot of parents don't understand like the thinking behind it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame. We get we try to do a lot of positive things that, benefit everybody, especially with safety. It's just that we're able to see what these kids are bringing into their bags with them every day. We can look into there and, see whatever the object could be. I mean, I guess we all know what we don't want in the school, and that's what we're looking for. I think it's a good thing. Puts a lot of people at ease when you're able to have a kid walk past you in the morning. You can look right into his bag and pretty much just see, okay, there's a couple books or some clothes.
Okay. All right.
Hey, Jen, if you want anything else from the fire department this spring, since we kind of had an abbreviated visit last year, just let me know and we can put something together.
Oh, that would be great. I mean, now that things are, and I'm knocking on wood, buddy, because I do not want to leave school again. Like, I'm so thankful to be back and just be at full time. If we could do, maybe we could do something in May for our kindergarten, because I really don't want them to miss it. If we're not allowed, then maybe we'll do first and kindergarten next year, if that's okay.
Yeah, we did a visit with the kindergartners outdoors, but if there's something else we can do, it's not. It really isn't the same.
Well, and I like when you have a guy come in with like your big, huge, heavy outfit on, because I'm a true believer in showing kids that, because I know when I was little, I was terrified of somebody in a uniform, absolutely terrified. And like Dauntless, like you guys always come in and tell them, if you see somebody come into your house in that uniform, do not be afraid. They're there to help you. You need to go to them, not run away from them. And I love that you tell them that, because I don't really think, I mean, as a parent, I'm not sure I would ever have that discussion with my child. It's just doesn't come up very often.
Right. Okay.
Nate, you look like you want to say something.
I'm a man of few words, but I guess one of the big things that was brought up from that the risk and vulnerability assessment, I guess everybody should be happy to know that trooper spent, he did a nighttime assessment. He went over all the lights. He did an assessment at each building, separate days too. So he was spending a lot of time there. I was answering a lot of questions, and he really did not have any negative feedback. He really had all positive things to say. He was pretty impressed with the lighting at the school, which of course is all new.
Yep.
And he was very impressed with everything that's currently already in place with the Raptor system, all the cameras, the capture rooms that are at all the schools now. Every school officially has their own capture room. He didn't really find anything that really stood out. So there'll be probably some small changes made, but it'll be things parents won't even be aware of.
Yeah. And I mean, we are known to like go over the top with our safety stuff. Like we do. It's a big deal to us, obviously. There are some schools that this trooper said, they don't even practice the lockdown drill. And that I was like, what? We've been doing those for so long. I can't imagine this day and age not practicing that. And I mean, who knows how it will go, but just practicing makes, me feel so much better. And we always think about different things after that. There's always something else. A teacher will say, hey, listen, I thought about doing this, and wouldn't that be great and more safe? Absolutely. Everybody's always thinking. So that's good. Yeah. But that trooper was great.
Mm-hmm.
I was a little nervous for him to come in.
Oh, yeah.
Like, oh, man, I wonder what we're doing wrong. But he really did commend us. He's like, you guys are doing a great job. So that was relieving to hear. But his reports they're thick. I mean, this is just one building, and there's like pictures and explanations and all kinds of stuff. He did a great job. It was really, really good. Yeah. And it's free to the district. I mean, how many schools did he say he did in the past year?
I just remember, I know we signed up, there's a 2-year backlog that he said that, again, there's a 2-year backlog. They do all the stadiums, the Pirates, Steelers, the school districts, churches, they'll do anything. But again, it's a 2-year backlog. I forget how many he's done this past year.
Okay. You know what, Tim, I was just thinking, do you think for the evacuation drill, do you think the fire department wants to come up for that? I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's a lot of time though during the day for people to take off work.
Do you have a date on it?
April 6th. It's going to be next week at 9:30 on Tuesday. I mean, I don't want you to feel, I mean.
Well, I might be able to put a crew together. Is it about a half hour?
Yeah, I mean, Greg said, I had this picture in my mind of what it was going to be, and it wasn't anything. He said, you need to think of it like a fire drill. You just need to make sure everybody's evacuating correctly. Everybody has like a bullhorn. People know who they're taking. They have class lists. They have all their information. That kind of stuff.
Is this for like an active shooter type situation? Is that, or what type of?
Yes, I hate even, like, it just makes my stomach hurt. It's awful. I hate it. It makes me crazy.
I know. Well,
it is. It's for all of those things. Now, I just had that paper.
All the above kind of
hazard. So like, even if we would have like a gas leak in the school, it could go from something that minor to an active shooter. Yeah. So
I mean, I think it would be worth the fire department's time, because God forbid, even if there was an active shooter situation, I'm sure somehow we would be involved.
Absolutely.
In the response, maybe not initially, but within an hour or something. I don't, Nate, you'd probably have a better idea of what that response might look like, but I'm sure we'd be tied into it in some way.
Well, you know what? We have that all laid out in our emergency operations plan.
Okay.
So if you ever want to come and meet Tim, I mean, Nate and I will gladly.
So this is April 6th. That's Tuesday. Is that Tuesday?
Yeah, it's next Tuesday.
9:30.
Yep.
Let me see what I can do.
That's fine. Don't stress out about it or anything like that.
No, I won't.
Fine.
I won't. But I'll see what I can put together.
Yeah. And you know what, Nate, I forgot to tell you, they are bringing the incident command center for us to check out.
Okay, good.
Kind of excited to see what's inside there and look at that. I want the kids to be able to see it out there too, you know?
Is this the whole campus or is it just the elementary? Like, should we come to elementary or?
Campus.
Okay.
It's the whole campus.
All right.
Yeah.
Let me see what I can do.
Yeah. So, Greg Schilling, no, Nathan, sorry, I don't know why I called you Nathan. Who contacted Cambria Township to block Highland and 422 entrances, correct?
I will contact them, yes.
Yeah, so they're going to block the entrances because when we're practicing this, like my little kiddos are going to be walking to Votech and all the middle school and high school kids are going to be going down to the North Rec Center. Like those are our evacuation points. Now, clearly, who knows what would happen at a building? I mean, if we would have to at the last minute say, okay, you know what, we can't go that way. We've got to go this way. We would do that. Hi, Melissa. Oh, she turned her camera off on me. There you go. So that's kind of what we're going to be practicing on Tuesday, just making sure everybody has a feel for what we're supposed to do if we need to leave quickly. Yeah, so we do, like on our Safe Schools Committee, we have a search and safeguard team, a first aid team, evacuation shelter and care team, a facility and security response team, crisis intervention team, and student release and unification team. So we even have reunification annexes that we have planned out. Like if something like that ever happens, we will be going to the fairgrounds and reuniting students with their families from there. And we have like an elaborate plan for that too. So we're really trying to make it as detailed as possible. That way, if it ever does happen, our lack of planning doesn't add to the chaos, I guess is a way to say it. So, okay. Does anybody have any questions or anything? Are we good? Jess, Melanie, you guys good? Melissa?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Just know you guys are appreciated.
Oh, thank you so much. You have no idea. We never hear that. So that's like gold when you say that to me. It's like, just got a gold coin. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So much. Okay, great. All right, guys. Well, thanks for coming. Timmy, let me know what's going on. Just shoot me an email.
So this session is going to be on 2 new opportunities for Central Cambria students. And these are opportunities to potentially earn an associate's degree from Mount Aloysius College or from Penn Highlands Community College at the same time that a student graduates from Central Cambria High School. And on the call, we have Mr. Wilson, Randy Wilson, our guidance counselor, and we have Mrs. Sation, our high school assistant principal. I am Mr. Santini, the principal of Central Cambria High School. So we will get started here talking a little bit about the program from the Mount, and we will kind of flip back and forth between the Mount and Penn Highlands. There are some similarities, there are a few differences, and there are still some details that we are continuing to work out, and those details should be, ready to roll and finalized well before next school year starts. So this one is through Mount Aloysius College. It's an associate's degree, Associate of Arts, focus on humanities and social science. And again, this is an associate's in high school, so the student would graduate Central Cambria and at the same time would graduate Mount Aloysius College with a associate's degree. And some of the, again, I'm going to preface this whole conversation by saying that you as a parent and your child need to investigate all the options that you have available. We have lots of options at Central Cambria for college credit while in high school. Many of our courses are dual enrolled. We have AP courses in which you can take the AP exam, and if you get the score required, you can turn that AP exam score into credits at a wide range of universities and colleges. And then we have these 2 new associate's degree opportunities that are starting up. So all 3 of these options present ways to save money compared to paying the full cost of tuition at a 2 or 4-year school. Okay, so basically, you need to do your research and, kind of have a discussion with your child as to what their future plans are before choosing any of these options for college credit. But the associate's opportunities in particular, and again, you can dual enroll courses at Central Cambria that can count toward the degree. And this is true for both Mount Aloysius and for Penn Highlands. And if you follow the course sequences, take all the courses, pass all the courses here, and the courses that you take through these colleges, you can earn your associate's degree by the time you graduate high school. This can shorten the time that it will take your child to earn a 4-year bachelor's degree by as much as 2 years. It is not guaranteed to be a full 2 years. And again, this is where you need to research what your child intends to major in. You need to contact the schools that they are potentially looking at attending to see how, an associate's degree from either Penn Highlands or the Mount would transfer in, what it would count as, how much time and how many credits it would save your child from having to take, toward the 4-year degree. Obviously, if you are, if your child is planning on attending Mount Aloysius, it is a much higher likelihood that the majority of these credits can be counted toward their 4-year degree. It just depends on the program that they're in. If your child is planning on attending a state system university like IUP, Cal U, one of those state schools, then Penn Highlands, you may end up being able to transfer more credits in through the Penn Highlands Associates program. And then obviously there are variations between the majors. So this degree from the Mount, for some of their degrees, it may shave 2 years off of your child's time. For other degrees, it may only shave 1 year off, and there may be variations in there. So again, you as a parent and your child need to, do the research before committing to either of these programs. But if they do work for what your child is planning to do, they can be a significant cost savings compared to paying 4 years at a college or university. In general, we don't have the final cost for either program yet, but in general, the numbers that we were discussing with both of these institutions ranged from about $7,000 to $10,000 in cost for the associate's degree, depending on how many dual enroll courses are used versus courses that are actually taken through the Mount or through Penn Highlands. So when you think about that, depending where your child is looking at going to college, and depending on how many of these credits will transfer in, paying for 2 years of college for $7,000 could be a significantly lower cost than if you paid freshman and sophomore tuition, the full amount at a school. But again, you gotta make sure that they're going to transfer, and you got to make sure that they're going to count toward the degree that your child is looking at. So how this would set up for Central Cambria students, and again, this is a recommended sequence. Doesn't mean that it's completely set in stone, but it is certainly highly recommended that you follow the sequence here. So through Mount Aloysius, as a freshman, your child would take, 4 credits through Mount Aloysius online. And then they would need to take a dual enrolled course here at Central Cambria. The one that we have used to be called Microsoft Office. It's now Computer Applications. That is a dual enrolled course that a lot of our ninth graders take already. And then obviously they're going to take, the remainder of their high school course load, that they need to complete their day. As a sophomore, they're going to take 6 credits through the Mount, and then they're going to take their remaining credits through Central Cambria. And there's some recommended dual enrolled courses that they can take through us, and they pay the cost of the dual enrollment credits, which again are significantly cheaper than the full cost of a credit at any of these partner universities. You get to your junior year, and again, you can see that there is a significant amount of dual enrolled courses that your child can take right here at Central Cambria within their regular school day. And then there are some courses that they would need to take through Mount Aloysius College. This one is in the summer that the kids take on campus. It's a 2-credit leadership course, and that is required. And then the other 2 are taken during the school year, one in the fall, one in the spring, and those are done online through Mount Aloysius College. And then you get to the senior year, and again, 3 online, 3 through dual enrollment. And then there are elective choices down here that students can choose from, and they need to take these, at any time during their time at Central Cambria. This recommends 11th or 12th grade. Some of these courses can be taken sooner than that. For example, AP US History, our students have the option to take that now in 9th grade if they want to do that. Physics can be taken before you are a junior or senior if you have room to fit that in your schedule. But in general, these are elective courses that you take through dual enrollment at a reduced cost at Central Cambria, and then they will apply to the associate's degree. So this is kind of the breakdown. 37 credits come from dual enrollment, 21 come from online at Mount Aloysius College, 2 are taken on campus in the summer for a total of 60 credits. And there are some examples here of bachelor degree and associate's degree programs that these credits can be applied to. Again, our associates that we're able to offer is an associate's degree in the Associate of Arts, liberal arts with a focus on humanities and social science. And those credits can be applied to any of these other degrees. So that's a little bit of a breakdown of Mount Aloysius. The Penn Highlands option, Mr. Wilson put this into a very nice, easy to understand chart here. So as a freshman, students would take 1 credit through Penn Highlands online. As 10th graders, they take 2 elective courses and a humanities elective. Those are all 3 credits each, and those need to be taken throughout the school year. So 9 credits through Penn Highlands, coupled with whatever students are taking here on campus at Central Cambria. And then in the junior year, there are 12 credits. In the senior year, there are 12 credits. And then these are the approved courses that we have dual enrolled through Penn Highlands Community College. And so these courses can count toward those courses for the associate's degree. And, again, a lot of these courses, the good thing about a lot of these courses is, let's say that I'm coming out of 8th grade, I decide I want to pursue the associate's degree. I get a couple years into that, and I just think, well, this isn't for me. I've changed course, I've changed my mind. A lot of these courses that students would take that would apply to these two associate's degrees can also qualify for credit in other ways. So these dual enroll courses, you can still use those dual enroll credits even if you don't finish the associate's degree program. And you can apply those to colleges and universities that you would apply to, after high school. The AP courses that are part of the program, again, take the AP exam. You get the score that you need. Those can be converted into college credit. So you can get 1 to 2 years worth of dual enrollment in AP credits without being in an associate's program. The associate's program allows you to actually earn a degree with those credits and leave here with a diploma and a 2-year college degree. So, again, and I'm going to turn it over to Randy here momentarily, but the thing that I cannot stress enough is do your research. You really got to figure out if this is something that's going to benefit your kid, because if it's not, it may not be worth spending the money on. But if it is a great bargain. So, and then there was a question, somebody had submitted a question about how does this impact financial aid? From what I've been able to gather, you don't qualify for financial aid if you've earned a bachelor's degree, so a 4-year degree. So earning an associate's in high school, you should still be able to qualify for financial aid. Now, the other piece of that is these courses taken in high school do not qualify for any financial aid. So I don't believe that you can qualify for financial aid for college until you've graduated high school. So, you have to pay the freight on these courses as you go through and earn the associates. So that's kind of, that's a little bit of a downside on that. But again, you have to do the math. So if it's going to save you multiple thousands of dollars by doing the associate's degree, then maybe it's worth not having any financial aid for those 2 years. If you can still apply financial aid to the second 2 years, when you get into your bachelor's program. So, again, and it's hard to answer these questions without sitting down with an actual person whose expertise is college finance and, financial aid and those kind of things. So again, I stress that you do the research, find out how these programs would benefit your kid. And, obviously if they don't, then they're not worth pursuing. Randy.
The biggest thing I want to stress is, unfortunately, being in the state of Pennsylvania, we have one of the highest post-secondary, tuitions in the entire country. So this is huge for us to offer these, not only the dual enrollment for these associate degree programs, because the cost of going to college or technical or trade school in Pennsylvania is higher than almost any other state. Chris hit on a lot of great points. We'd love to be able to tell you which schools this were transferred to, but it's almost impossible. It depends not only on the school, but on the major that you're going into, and a number of variables. But the one thing I do want to stress is that if you earn a college credit, you're still earning a college credit. Okay, I have college credits from Cheney State and different places. I still have the transcript from it. They're not going away. They never go away if you earn these college credit. And for some students, maybe they don't end up going on to college, but they'll always have these college credits. As far as the two programs are concerned, obviously, if you're going to go to the Mount, that's a slam dunk to take the one at the Mount. It's a great program. The other thing is both programs will have advisors. It's not like you're going to sign up for this and then you're going to flounder through this on your own. You will have an advisor, almost basically like a guidance counselor in college, that will work with you. The little bit benefit that I see between the two is Penn Highlands is basically in the business of transferability. no one goes to Penn Highlands for 4 years. So it's their job to transfer all their credits to other schools. That's basically the business that they're in. So that's where I see a little bit more flexibility, and a little bit more flexibility in the courses you can take through them. As you can see, a lot of times with the Penn Highlands, it's an elective. So you meet with your counselor, and there may be 5 different courses you can take that will meet that elective. We can't fill that in on this spreadsheet because every year that may change as to what their availability is. So I think with that, there's a little more flexibility. But again, you start in 8th grade, you take Microsoft Office. Most students are taking that anyway. You maybe take APUSH. A lot of students are taking it anyway, and you get the dual enrollment credits. If sophomore year, like I can't, for some foreseen reason, I have to help out, I have to get a part-time job, and I can't do all these online courses, you can still dual enroll. And we've had students here, my stepdaughter went to Kent State University with between 24 and 30 credits, all accepted, all dual enrollment, saved a ton of money. So I just think that it's great if you, and I think the nicest thing, as Chris said, is if you decide to do it and then you change your mind, you're not really losing anything. You're still getting the college credits. You're going to get you always get a transcript from the school. Even our students now who just dual enroll have a transcript. It's not like it's just on our, it's somewhere on Central Cambria. If you dual enrolled at St. Francis or Penn Highlands or the Mount, there's a transcript that says Chris Santini went to the Mount. It doesn't say Chris Santini took a class at Central Cambria and that transferred to the Mount. It's actually a Mount Aloysius transcript or a Penn Highlands transcript. So I think this is a great opportunity. Is it for every student? No. As with anything, every student isn't into the same thing, but I think it's a great opportunity, and I hope that we have students that at least start out, take advantage of this opportunity, try it out. It might work, just like in life. A lot of things you think are going to work do, some things don't, but you move forward, and I can't see a downfall with the cost savings. I know Chris brought up about financial aid, but the cost savings that we're having on these on the per credit cost is so significantly different that, unfortunately, a lot of us, me included, when I thought of financial aid and filling out the FAFSA, like I thought these bucket loads of money were going to come raining down out of the sky on my head. But that doesn't happen, unfortunately. Just even strict need-based money that you can get from schools, via the FAFSA is very limited. There's endowments and different ways you can get it, but just need-based from the government, there's very little that you're going to get. So the reduced cost that we have through not only dual enrollment, but this associate's degree program is very significant. And, you hate to say that's going to impact your decision, but it does. I mean, it impacts your decision when you buy a house and when you buy a car and when you pay for college. So we wish we could all just write the ticket to go wherever, but unfortunately that's not the case. So this provides you with an opportunity to save, I don't know what the word, truckloads, boatloads of money. So,
Randy, I can one additional. I know a little bit about the financial aid portion of it with dual enrollment. So students who are transferring in with 30 or more credits, if they have financial need, they're actually eligible for $6,500 per year in subsidized Stafford loans rather than 55. If you're coming in with 60 credits, you're eligible for 7,500. So you get a little bit more eligibility for the subsidized, which is much lower interest rate, and that interest rate doesn't accrue as they're in school too. So that's actually a big financial benefit for those who have to borrow whenever they eventually get to their post-secondary place.
If that gets you $4,000 of an additional benefit, that pays for about half the cost of the associates. If you get 60 credits. So it doesn't quite pay for itself, but it pays for half of itself from the sounds of it, at least. So we'll open it up for questions. We still have some folks on here. If you have any questions, feel free to hit the unmute button, or you can type them in the chat and we will be happy to answer. Okay. Well, we thank you folks for coming out, logging in, and appreciate it. If you have any questions as you, learn more about these programs, feel free to contact us. We will be sending out more information once these are finalized, and there will probably be an informational session for both of these that will include tuition, costs and those kind of things once all the details are final. But I think you have a general, idea of what these are about. So again, thank you. Appreciate it. And have a good evening. I am Mr. Santini. I am the principal of Central Cambria High School. We have Mr. Joe Stripmatter is the principal of the middle school. We have Mr. John Stripmatter, who is our K-12 assistant principal, splits his time between the elementary schools and the middle school and helps out at the high school here from time to time. And we have our school social worker, Mrs. Mikulich, on this call as well. And so we are going to get started. Now, this session is a little different than the one that I did on the associate's degree programs in the first time slot. This one's a little more open to dialogue, question and answer, and those kind of things. But we are focused on the transition to high school for our 8th grade students who are going to be coming to 9th grade next year. And what I will say is that one of the biggest pieces of that is our students actually creating their schedules for 9th grade. And I'm happy to report that that process is done. It's 99% complete. So what happened last Friday is all of our 8th graders who were in person, and then all of our full-time virtual 8th graders, they were able to log into a Google Meet, and we had everybody in the auditorium, gave them some instructions as to how to enter their schedule for next year, and the kids went in and created their schedules. So they scheduled all of their classes for 9th grade. I would say that this went pretty well. A lot of the kids had brought notes with them, so they had done their homework, looked at the schedules that we had shared with them through Google, and got into Skyward and looked at the course offerings through Skyward. And a lot of kids had notes either on their phone or they had them written down, and they had backup plans and backup to the backup plans in case their first choices got scheduled up by other students. So I would say that process seemed to work pretty well. So we sit here in the last day of March, and our students all have a schedule for next year. So what will be happening next is over the next month, our guidance counselors will be meeting with each student individually to discuss their career plan and to review their schedule to make sure that they have the full 7 credits they need, to make sure they have all of their 9th period RDAs scheduled. We did check most of those items before students submitted their schedules on Friday, but I'm sure there are some who we may have overlooked a half credit here or there. They might have a hole where they didn't put a study hall in. So again, over the next month, it's our goal for the guidance counselors to meet with each student individually to make sure that they're ready to go for next school year with their schedule. As it stands right now, we're probably about 99% complete with those. And there's just some small things that we need to double check. So that's pretty exciting. Historically at Central Cambria, students didn't receive their schedules until the week before school started. Sometimes it was like 2 days before the first day of school when they would receive their schedule. So to know their schedule in March is pretty awesome. So testament to our guidance counselors, to Mrs. Heaney, who helped set all that up in Skyward, you know, to make this possible. So that's pretty cool. We're pretty pumped about that. In terms of other things with transitioning to high school, you know, one of the positive things about the middle school being attached to the high school is, you know, especially if your kid's involved in activities other than just coming here for classes, your kids are probably somewhat familiar with the high school campus itself. If not, we will probably have a day toward the end of the school year, kind of like the step-up day that they do between 5th and 6th grade, where we bring the 5th graders up to the middle school, give them a tour. They get to meet some of the teachers real briefly, talk about how you go through the cafeteria line, all those kind of things. We will probably be planning something like that for our 8th grade students, especially this year because kids were not able to travel, you know, as freely this year as they normally do, travel about the building just due to all the coronavirus restrictions. So, you know, we will probably have a day like that late May, early June. We'll bring the 8th graders over to check the place out, meet some folks. The good news is they know how to go through the lunch line. It's the same lines that they've gone through for 3 years of middle school, sitting at the same tables. So all those things are familiar, using the same library, same auditorium, the same gym. You know, we share a lot of common spaces, but obviously, you know, the classrooms, the majority of our classrooms are probably unfamiliar to most of our middle school students. So we will, you know, give them a tour, make sure they know what to do when they come in for that first day in August. Seems like a long ways off, but you'll blink and it'll be here. So that's one of the things that we do to kind of reduce their anxiousness about coming to the high school. So, gentlemen, would you like to discuss anything that I'm missing here?
Yeah, sure. So you mentioned that the tour, and I know that seems kind of silly, but I think sometimes we take it for granted that the students are in the same building, you know, under the same roof, and kind of know where everything's at. But really, they do spend a majority of their day, you know, on the middle school side and in the maybe over, you know, in the cafeteria and auditorium. But you know, we have been talking more about a tour and just kind of that orientation, just to put some of their minds at ease. And you know, I would say probably one of the big things with the high school is just to, you know, encourage your children to be involved. For a school our size, what our high school offers, I think in activities, sports, in activities and clubs is really impressive. And that's just a kind of a great way to get acclimated to the building overall. And I know even if you look at fall sports, you know, those students are on campus 2 weeks earlier, and I think that sometimes helps with the nerves for the first day, because whether they're up here for band camp or for running or football camp, whatever it is, it seems like, you know, some of those nerves are already kind of gone, you know, addressed before the first day of school. So again, just kind of encouraging the kids to get involved, and there are a ton of activities, and the sports you can find all of our high school sports on our website. Mr. Santini, whenever the students were scheduling, did they schedule their clubs already for next year?
Yes, students were able to schedule clubs that they were interested in. That is one thing that, you know, that I would say, if there were any of those clubs that were full when your kid's scheduled, I would recommend that you have them contact their guidance counselor or wait until they meet with their guidance counselor and request that they get added to those clubs. I think most of them, still had room, but there are a couple that were full on the days that they met. So the esports club is one that comes to mind. That one filled up pretty quick, but that does not mean that a student cannot be part of the esports team. So they can join that. They practice after school. They compete after school. It just means that they might not be able to be in that club during ninth period, but they can still be part of that team if they choose. So, and again, echoing what Mr. Stripmatter said, the more ways a student is connected to school, the more successful they tend to be. So, right now, first time ever, we have a middle school musical that's going to be starting up within the next couple weeks. Never had one before, so this is a new opportunity for our younger kids to get involved in that program. We have a couple new middle school sports happening, this spring with softball and baseball. So again, those are ways to get connected now, as an eighth grader, to groups that you'll end up connected with through 4 years of high school. So if musical is your jam, I highly recommend try out, get involved.
Auditions are tomorrow. We had some auditions today and more tomorrow.
Yep,
it's exciting stuff.
Marching band is another one of those ones that once a kid gets hooked on that, they're like a family, and I know that our eighth graders are able to participate in that, but if your child did not do that as an eighth grader and they're interested in that, certainly recommend that, because that's another one where, they kind of get a group of friends, and that helps to have, as you navigate high school. So any of those extra activities are going to help out. And at the high school, we have a lot of them, from our robotics team, sports teams, musical theater, band, chorus, marching band, our first tech challenge team, our esports team. We have, something for almost everybody. One of the potential things on the horizon is we may be creating a tech ed teaching position. I think our board is going to be considering that. And that's a whole new program, that we're going to be able to offer over the next few years. And your kids are coming here at the right time, if they're interested in that kind of thing, because that program is going to expand tremendously over the next couple of years. So, just awesome things happening. It's a great time to be a Red Devil. I say it all the time. There's no better place to be. Look around the county and try, find some other place that's doing all the things that we're doing. Maybe Greater Johnstown. They do some pretty cool things down there. But other than them, you're not going to find a place that's crushing it as much as we are across the board with the opportunities that we are creating for kids, whether it's the associate's degree programs, the expanded athletic programs, the expanded art programs, all those kind of things. If I was a kid, I'd be pumped to be coming to school here. So,
Mr. Santini, to build off that, I know the admin team, Dr. Moore, yourself, Dr. Mirren, you've done a lot of work in creating some AP opportunities, and Central Cambria, I believe, has the second most AP classes offered in the IUA. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, right now, so to start next school year, I think we're at 21 different AP courses that we'll be offering. The only school in the IU that's equal to that would be Hollidaysburg. I think they have 20. And I think this spring we'll have the only school that'll have more kids taking an AP exam in Central Cambria is Hollidaysburg, and they're more than double our size. So that's something that's expanded over the last couple years. 2 years ago, we had 4 advanced placement courses. Now we're, to start next school year, we'll be over 20, which is a school our size, that's pretty unheard of. And the great thing about those classes is you can take the AP exam, you can convert that exam score into college credit. Those are the cheapest college credits that you're ever going to get. The cost of the exam is $85. And if you score, if you get the required score, you get 3 or 4 college credits, depending on the university's policy for granting credits. If you're on free and reduced lunch, the cost of the exam is reduced to $53. So you could potentially get 3 or 4 credits for $53. Normally, just ballparking it, those are, at a school that's low cost, those are still in the $500 credit range if you're going to a four-year college. So, that's definitely something, that we're proud of, to have created that program, expanded it. And again, as a 9th grader, there's opportunities there. Any incoming 9th grader, you can take AP US History instead of regular US History, and that'll count toward that social studies credit as a freshman. It's a challenge, not for everybody, but if you're up for that challenge, it's a great way to get a taste of that and earn credit, from the very beginning of high school. So lots of academic opportunities here, greatly expanded in the past couple years. Really everything across the board. Our extracurricular program has expanded, sports, the arts, academics, everything's trended in a good direction there. So at this point in time, what I will do is just kind of open it up to questions. This is meant to be a dialogue. I'm talking a lot, and I want to be listening more and talking less. So if you have questions, please feel free to unmute yourself, or you can type them in the chat. Up here in your upper right corner, there's a little thing that looks like a quote box. Just click that and you can type a question in the chat. Or again, you can click the microphone button and that will unmute your microphone, and you can ask any question that's on your mind.
I guess I'll say something.
Okay, Mrs. Moore.
Yes. As far as I know, last year I heard as a teacher that when COVID hit, there was saying that students that were graduating years of like 2020 to 2023, nothing's going to hurt them. Is that still, like, I'm not sure what that really meant. Is that still implies for the graduating class of 2025? Will they, see anything, different academically?
Okay, so I believe that's referring to the graduation requirements that are related to the Keystone exams. So, and yes, basically what happened with that is for students who were in high school when the pandemic impacted their school year, basically instead of having to pass the Keystone exam as a graduation requirement, they have to have had a passing grade in the course tied to the Keystone exam. So if I was in Algebra 1 at that time, March 2020, and, I didn't get to take my Keystone exam, they're not going to make me come back and take that a year later, but I have to have had a passing grade in that class to fulfill that requirement. So if I didn't have a passing grade, well, I'm going to have to take the Keystone sometime before I graduate. Or, there are other graduation pathways. So if I'm a vocational student, I can use, passing the NOCTI assessment as, some of those, in place of some of those Keystone scores. You can use an ASVAB score, a PSAT score. So now for the class of 2025, I don't believe any of that applies because they were not in high school yet. So they are still going to be under all of those testing requirements that are currently in place. And that's why PDE is allowing us to delay the Keystone exam until next fall. To me, that's the most ridiculous thing ever, because a kid has a better chance of passing that Keystone in May when they've been in that course all school year, even if they've been virtual all year or hybrid or whatever. I think they have a better chance of passing that exam than they would if they took all summer and forgot some of that information and then took it in September or October. To me, that's not really setting them up to succeed. So that's why the current 8th graders are going to take the PSSA this spring and not next fall. That's why high schoolers are going to take the Keystones this spring instead of next fall, because that really gives them the best chance of passing those assessments. And if they don't pass, or if they opt out, there are other ways that we can fulfill those graduation requirements.
Mr. Santini, just to clarify, the students that we do have some students that were 7th graders last year taking algebra. They would be exempt from that Keystone requirement, correct?
That's a great question, Mr. Stripmatter. I don't know the answer to that. I will have to find out.
I believe, I'm pretty sure they are.
I think Dr. Murin told us the end of last year that they were exempt if they had a passing grade in algebra.
Okay, so you're talking about the ones who were in 7th grade algebra last school year.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yep. That should apply. I believe that would apply to them just as it would everybody else. But again, I just, as a parent, I wouldn't get too worried about that, because even if it doesn't apply, they're still going to graduate. We will find a way, for them to fulfill that requirement if we would have to.
So I have a question. My son wants to try out for soccer, but he's not sure when soccer trials will be, or like for the fall sports. How does that work? And can he still play soccer and be in marching band? He's worried about, like you said, being in the marching band family and being able to do soccer as well.
Okay, and the quick answer is yes, absolutely. They can do both. What normally happens is, the soccer coach and the marching band director will kind of communicate as to when, the student needs to be one place or the other if their practice times actually overlap. A lot of times, the band's practice time doesn't overlap with some of the other sports, so it kind of works out. But yeah, we certainly encourage kids to play multiple sports. We encourage kids to play in the band and a sport at the same time. Tryouts. So basically how this works is we do not cut students from athletic teams at Central Cambria. So what will happen is toward the end of the school year, there will be a physical exam form that goes home, or a communication that will go out about getting your physical done, and that will be for fall sports. I will say that historically we have done those physicals in June here at the school, but due to COVID, that may not happen. So you may have to get that, from your family doctor, or, someplace like eye care or something like that. Once they turn the physical form in and indicate, that they want to play soccer, basically at that point they're on the roster. The coach will get their information, and then the coach will communicate the practice times. Just in general, for fall sports, those generally start early August. Fall sports practices start at the beginning of August. There may be, open gyms or open workouts before then over the summer. So Coach Zafudo is our boys soccer coach. So that is who you would want to contact. He's a teacher at the middle school. So that's who you would want to contact for boys soccer. But again, that applies to any fall sport. It's pretty much the same process. And obviously marching band is Mrs. Kokas. So, I certainly encourage getting in touch with her, before band camp starts.
Yeah, we know her pretty well from last year. And I agree. 8th grade marching band was awesome. Tanner loved it.
Yeah, we need him to recruit, 3 or 4 of his buddies, and we need them to recruit, it'd be nice to see our numbers come up a little bit. The kids that are in there love it. I just wish we had more kids in there. Okay, if a kid takes the AP exam, will they still have to take the finals in class? Absolutely not. That is one of the perks of taking the AP exam, is that that gets you out of taking the final. So, and what score will they need? Well, that is a loaded question. So on the College Board website for APs, AP exams go from 0 to 5. You want 5 is good, 0 is bad. Okay, so generally speaking, the minimum score that can be converted into college credit at many of the universities is a 3. Some of them require a 4, and there are a couple who require a 5. Not many. There are not many who require a 5, but some of them do require a 3 or a 4. But the College Board website, there is a link, and you can go on there and search every school, and it will tell you by course what score you need in order to earn credit. So, if you know your kid wants to go, if you know your kid is really bright and they want to go to Penn State, okay, you can go on there, you can hit the drop-down menu, pick Penn State, and then you can look at the AP, which AP course they're in, and it'll tell you, what the required score is that they would need to get. If they have, chosen to look into like Pitt or somewhere like that, they'll have their own scores that are required, and those vary depending on the institution. Okay, so as long as they take the AP final, as long as they take the AP exam, they won't need to take the final. That is correct. There is no required score for Central Cambria. That is also correct. Now, what we obviously do not want to encourage is that a kid pays $85 and takes an AP exam just to get out of doing the final and doesn't take the AP exam seriously and, gets a bad score just because they're not putting much, they don't really care about it and aren't putting much effort into it. But yes, if they take the AP exam, they are exempt from the final. That was one of those incentives that we put in place, to get kids to take the exam.
I think just for reference, Mr. Santini, so whenever, I think previously whenever we had the AP courses and you touched on how much the number of courses increased, but even participation in the exam has increased a bunch. I know, I taught AP history here a long time ago, but I think it was the students got the college credit because they were dual enrolled, but the participation for the exam was way down. I think it may have been 2 or 3 in the entire school that took the AP exam at that time. So the participation rate has greatly increased, I believe.
Yeah, the participation rate. Now, last school year, you got to remember that, the pandemic hit in March, and the AP exams, kids had the option to opt out and not, they could opt out and get all their money refunded, or they could take the exam from home online. We still had well over 100 exams taken, which was more than we've ever had in a single year. But that was about half of, the number that had originally committed to taking an exam. This year, we'll be over the 200 mark, I believe. I don't have the numbers right in front of me at the moment, but I think we're right in the 200 range for, the number of AP exams that kids have paid for and plan to take, this spring. So, again, Central Cambria, we're not the biggest school in IU8. There's 38 school districts, but we will have the second most AP exams taken out of any of those school districts. Again, Hollidaysburg is the only district where they will have more kids taking those exams. And, to me, that's a great sign for us, because that means we have a lot of kids that will have a shot at getting college credit for low cost. And let's see, if there is no AP course scheduled at Central Cambria, can a student still schedule it at Central Cambria? If, for example, French, a student can take all 4 years with Mrs. Schweitzer. Yeah, so right now we currently do not offer AP French, and we do not offer AP Spanish. Those are recommended to be a 5th year of those languages. And last year was the first year that we offered, or is that this year, Mr. Strittmatter? The first year that we're offering Spanish and French to 8th grade students.
This will be the second year.
This is the second year. So it is possible that some of these kids who took a language as an 8th grader could get to Spanish 4 or French 4 as a junior, and then we may be able to add, that AP course for those kids who make it that far. We don't have it right now because we don't have any kids who are able to get a 5th year of a language yet. But bumping that down into 8th grade, that will help. That will help the chances of that happening in the future. So. Now, the question is, though, can they schedule it at Central Cambria if we don't offer it? Not exactly, but if you were to find that course offered somewhere else, in our course catalog, we have what's called our ESOP program, and that is where you can, let's say you want to take a college course off campus, or you wanted to take a course through a cyber provider that we don't offer, and you want to do that at your own expense. There's a form in our course catalog where you can put that through there, and we'll look it over and either approve it or tell you what you need to do to get it approved. So yeah, I mean, there are definitely courses that we don't offer here, courses that we will never be able to offer. I know there's AP Italian, which I think would be awesome, but I don't know that we have an Italian teacher anywhere nearby, a certified one. So, those are just, there are some things that, we're not able to do. And that's where, if you can find those opportunities outside of here, we might be able to work with you to make it happen.
Mr. Santini, one of the things I was going to mention before, I think what the high school does a really good job of is, where there's a desire, right? If students show that there are a group of students that are asking for something, I think the high school does a great job of finding that, especially with clubs. If students if the club isn't offered, but they want to make a suggestion, I think there have been some clubs in the past, even if anybody follows college wrestling, Max Murin is often on the Big Ten Network, and recently they did a special on him where the start of the chess club at Central Cambria High School, right? So where he got him and a couple buddies wanted to play chess, and they started the chess club, and so that's kind of it really all starts with student interest, and I think those French 4 or the Spanish 4, as long as there are those students that are sticking together up through the kind of the courses that want to take that, it's a lot easier to offer those courses. Here, as opposed to, you know, going the route that you mentioned as far as kind of looking elsewhere to make that happen.
And, you know, what we've done the past couple years is we put a survey out through a Google form to the students and the parents where you can suggest alterations to our course offerings. So if there's a course you think we should drop, if there's a course you think we should add, you can put those, you know, thoughts in there, and then we look through those, and we actually do act on some of those. So our committee will get together, and for example, next year we have a mythology course that's going to be running. We have 50 kids signed up for mythology. Right now we have 0 kids in mythology because that's not a course that we offer, but we are offering it next year because we had, you know, several students who requested that and you know, expressed interest in that. And we have a history through film class that was one that was recommended. And again, we have almost 60 kids taking that course next year, and that's going to be a new course, you know, that we have never offered here. So, you know, I know we send a lot of things out to parents. It can be overwhelming sometimes, you know, how many surveys you get, especially this year. You know, I feel like we've surveyed everybody 100 times with COVID, you know, stuff and all those things. But you know, we do look at that information and we do act on that. So, you know, next year when that time rolls around, you know, be looking at your email inbox for that to come out, because we have a number of classes that we've added over the past couple of years based on student requests, parent recommendations, and those kind of things. So, all right. Does anybody else have any questions? I know we're a little bit past our time, but you know, if there's anything else, be happy to answer you. Okay. Well, I appreciate everybody coming out. I guess I appreciate everybody logging in, taking the time out of your evening to log in and join us and learn a little bit more about you know, the high school and your child moving from the middle school up to the big time here at the high school next fall. We're excited to have this new group come in. And if you have any questions at any point in time about anything related to that move from 8th grade to 9th grade or anything about the high school, you know, feel free to give me a call, shoot me an email. At any point, happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you, folks. Appreciate your time.